I'd like to call this regular council meeting to order, and before we proceed further, Councillor Noyes, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. We begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land upon which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Adirondack and the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe people. We are the beneficiaries of ancient agreements such as the dish with one spoon between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee, who agree to share the abundance of land through peace, friendship, and mutual respect. The two-road wampum, by which the Haudenosaunee welcomed the settlers and agreed to share the land in mutual respect, and the Treaty of Niagara, considered a fundamental document by First Nations in all future relations and treaties with the British. We recognize that we have a responsibility to be stewards of the land in cooperation and collaboration with the Indigenous peoples, not only for one generation, but for all generations to come. We understand that we have an obligation to learn the lessons of our history, educate ourselves about the experiences of our Indigenous people, and seek opportunities to heal the wounds that will result in reconciliation with our Indigenous sisters and brothers. Many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people live and work in Fort Erie. We stand with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardships of the lands on which we live. We have the good fortune to live in a land of such abundance, diversity, and beauty. Let us be vigilant in protecting Turtle Island.
Thank you very much, Councillor Noyes. Would you all please rise for the invocation?
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chamber minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and the will to do our work for the good of all.
Thank you. So, is it the deputy clerk that's doing the roll call?
Yes.
Please proceed.
All members of council are present. Mayor Redekop.
Thank you very much. We have an addendum this evening. There are two additional delegations. One is Colleen McLaughlin. The other is Scott Kanmacher. And they will be providing their delegations as part of Section 9 of the agenda. A couple of announcements. On Saturday, September the 2nd, the return of a traditional Crystal Beach event. That is the end of summer parade. It starts at 1 o'clock at the Crystal Ridge Community Center parking lot. And Councillor Lewis, I know that you're excited about that. try to contain yourself until Saturday. So that'll be a great event. The parade will wend its way through Crystal Beach, and at the end, everyone has the opportunity to say goodbye to Old Man Summer. It's been a fantastic event. It goes back many, many years, and was interrupted because of the pandemic, now brought back for the enjoyment of all. Monday, September the 11th, aside from a council meeting, is also the date for this year's Rick Schuler Racing Stakes at the Fort Erie Racetrack. And I'm not sure of the time of that race, but I'm hoping it doesn't interfere with council. You know the time? I don't know the time of the worship. Perfect. And then the following day, September the 12th, is the annual running of the Prince of Wales Stakes at the Fort Erie Racetrack, which is the premier event of horse racing in Fort Erie. And then finally, just very briefly, I want to say that today is the 47th anniversary of the day my wife married me. And she's been long suffering, and I just, so it's our anniversary. She gets to enjoy it by herself with our children while I'm here at a council meeting. It gets worse. In 2018, her birthday happened to be on the night of an all-candidates meeting. So she got to come to an all-candidates meeting. She's put up with me for 47 years, actually 48, and Kathy has been really the wind under my wings, and I want to express that publicly for all to hear. Please get it back to her so that at least she gets some brownie points. Okay. And then the final announcement, I want to turn it over to our solicitor, Don Jubb, to introduce the new town clerk.
I'm very excited to introduce Peter Todd, our our new town clerk and our manager of legislative services. Peter has over 10 years' experience, including running and facilitating multiple elections and digitizing municipal workflow processes. Peter and Ashley will work closely together on council business, and the team is already actively working on bringing further efficiencies to the council chamber. And interestingly, I want you to know that Peter and his family are building a new home in Ridgeway, and I understand he spent last winter in Wawa, so he's already has a start on how to prepare for a lake snow effect, or lake effect snow, and so there should be no issues for him making his way to the chambers in the depth of Fort Erie winters. So I know you'll join me in welcoming Peter to our legislative services team.
Hope you have extra shovels for the winter. Okay, and welcome, Peter. So, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. PDS 58-2023, South Coast Village Townhouse Standard Condominium Assumption Agreement. My son is a contractor for Mars Homes. Also pertaining to bylaw 127-2023 to assume secondary services in the South Coast Village Phase 2. Again, my son is a contractor for Mars Homes. And 130-2023, a bylaw for the execution of South Coast Phase 2. Once again, my son continues to be a contractor for Mars Homes.
Thank you. Are there any other declarations of pecuniary interest? If not, then a couple of public meetings coming up. One is a public meeting, town-initiated official plan and zoning bylaw amendments relative to short-term rentals. That is scheduled for Monday, September the 11th, 2023, here in the council chambers at 6 p.m. The town staff information report on that will be available on our town website Wednesday, September the 6th, after 5 p.m. And another public meeting, which again is a housekeeping amendment for the town of Fort Erie comprehensive zoning bylaw. That is Monday, September the 18th at 6 p.m. here in the council chambers. And again, the report for that public meeting will be available on the town's website by 5 p.m. on September the 14th. That takes us to the regional councillors' report. Good evening, Councillor Encina.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, staff. I've only got 5 pages tonight, so I'll try and read a bit quick.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I say I only have 5 pages tonight, so I'll read quick.
No, you don't. And I've got control of your microphone. So.
I had reported that the Ministry of Education had increased funding for the early on childcare program in the region. The funding is great news. However, there is a shortage of locations that will be providing childcare. We now know that the ministry has now offered a startup grant for the development of community-based locations that serve vulnerable children throughout our diverse community. The government is offering a startup grant of $90 per square foot for expanded space. And as the school year begins, we need to know that the Early On program is currently going through the same issues with staffing as most other sectors in our community. There's a shortage of qualified individuals. If anyone in the town or the town folks themselves want to know anything else, you can go to the regional website through social services, and there is a plan that they have if you're interested in actually going through the daycare program. I just wanted to touch on, there's currently 8 emergency shelters that are providing housing focused on shelter and service through Niagara. The shelters are the Raft, which is the Niagara Resource Service for Youth, Southridge Community Church, the Hope Center, Boys and Girls Club, the Governing Council of the YMCA, Young Women's Christian, so YWCA, Matthew House, and Casa El Norte here. The shelters are funded primarily through the region and the provincial government. But a request has been made of the regional council to add further funding to support the agencies that are providing shelter. The interim funding will go to offset food cost pressures that these agencies are experiencing. Niagara's Homeless Services continues to deal, as we all do, with food inflation, workforce challenges, food insecurity, and the changing environment, basically through climate change. This week is the launch of the automated speed enforcement cameras. They will be in place and operational in St. Catharines and throughout the community safety zones. There are 3 other cameras that have been placed in the region and will be operational this week. Once the cameras are moved to our area, signs will be posted giving 90-day notice that they will be operational. As we prepare for children going back to school, it's just another tool to try and change the driving habits of residents, especially in the school districts. As we have all heard from many residents, the driving habits of many in our community have deteriorated, and we need to slow down. January 2024 to March 2024, the automated speed zones will be in place here in Fort Erie. They will be on Central Avenue between Bertie and Gilmore. The stoplight cameras are forthcoming. The new community safety zones on Garrison Road is forthcoming, will probably be developed in 2024 when they will be initiated then. The 2024 budget workshops and deliberations will commence in September. It's hoped that the region can come up with a satisfactory document by December. That's a big hope. Looking at the preliminary numbers, there is a lot of work to be done, and personally on the side, I'm glad Mayor Redekop is the chair. Staff have come in with...
He's not so happy.
Well, they have come in with a recommended 9% increase. And as I say, the mayor and I have indicated that this is not acceptable. It will not be acceptable. That's all I have for you tonight.
Great, that was good. Thank you very much, Councillor Encina. Any members of council have any questions of Councillor Encina? If not, then we're going to go to presentations and delegations, and the first delegation is Richard Geronimo. Please come forward, sir. Good evening, and we need your address for the record.
My name's Richard Geronimo. I live at 380B Ridgeway Road. Okay, thank you for taking the time to listen. First of all, congratulations on your anniversary.
Thanks.
My name is Richard Geronimo, and I'm a resident of Crystal Beach. The property is just under 1 acre and does not border any road or walkway. About 2 years ago, I was looking into getting 5 chickens. My intention was to have the chickens as pets and not livestock. I have even gone as far as to give the names to the chickens. I do not profit for the selling of the eggs. In fact, I give away excess eggs to family, friends, and neighbors. I compost the feces, beddings, and eggshells and use this compost in my garden. I understand that having a chicken coop can attract pests like mice and rats, but I'm also aware that these pests existed before the chicken coop. Other things that attract pests are improper garbage, bird feeders, gardens, fruit trees, ponds, bird baths, and pretty much any populated area. Pests and humans have lived together and will continue to do so. City, farms, towns, villages, forests, and every inch of this planet has pests. My hens are not noisy. I only have 5, so there's no fighting for territory. They all get along. They have a fenced-in chicken run, and our property is completely fenced in as well. We have 2 dogs that help keep other predatory animals away. We have live capture traps to help control the rodents. The hens have an insulated coop that is heated in the winter as well. I've been made aware that the city, that a proposal may be brought forward to council on September 11 in regards to allowing chickens in the area. I am pleading with the council to seriously look into this proposal and approving it. I'm also pleading that I may keep the chickens until a decision is made, and I will abide by the decision and all its terms and recommendations. I have spoken to most of the neighbors, and they don't have any issue with me having the chickens. And I invite any council to come to my place and see for yourself. And thank you for your time. I also printed up some paperwork today in regards to pros and cons to chickens and the benefits of why having chickens is beneficial and the egg production. I have a copy. I don't know who to give it to, so
You can hand that over to Councillor Noyes, and then she can get it over to the clerk. Councillor Noyes, I see Mr. McQueen's right behind you. Did you have copies for all the councillors?
I don't. I didn't know how many there
Okay,
would
we
be,
can
so
provide
I
that to the
apologize.
clerk, and the clerk can send that digitally to the members of council. Not this evening, but when she gets the opportunity. So, anything further, Mr. Geronimo?
No, that's all I have for
Okay.
today.
Are there any members of council that have any questions? Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Richard, for your presentation. Just two questions. You had mentioned that you have dogs on the property that help deal with predators or others that might come into the property.
Correct.
Are those animals outside all the time, or are they out inside partially as well?
They're outside for the whole day. I wake up in the morning to let the chickens out. The dogs come out as well, and they're pretty much outside the whole day. We have a screen door, and I've purposely ripped the mesh so that they can come in and out anytime they want. So they come in at night, though. Due to the skunks, I have a dog that got sprayed 8 times. I'm not allowing the dogs out at night anymore.
Okay, so you only want to go through the dog spraying once, totally understand that. So the dogs are in the property indoors partially and outdoors, so there is a period of time in which the dogs would not be dealing with predator animals or nuisance animals.
Correct. At this point, though, the chickens are locked away in their coop, and the coop is completely fenced in, as well as about a foot into the ground, the netting, or the mesh, the wire mesh goes into the ground.
Okay, and that was so you answered my next question, and my last one is, you mentioned that the rats and rodent problem pre-existed the chickens coming into the neighborhood, and can I just ask how you arrived at that conclusion?
Well, so we've lived there for a while now, and we used to live in Toronto, but we moved up to there, and we'd be up there all summer, and I've seen these things for, I think, 47 years now. I've seen them on and off. It's increased a lot in the last, I'd say about 5 years since they started developing a lot of the land around us. Like there's a place on Ridgeway Road that was across from Crystal Beach Amusement Park. It used to be, I guess, a rodeo at one point. And once they started developing there, I saw an increase in actually mice. We've never had problems in our house with mice before. And in the last 5-6 years, there's been an increase in just the mice alone.
Okay, perfect. And thank you for the clarification on those points. I will look at the information that was provided. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you. To Mr. Jerome, I'm a farmer's daughter, so I know all about chickens. What are the setbacks in regards to the property, where the chicken coops are, and in location to how close they are to the property line and things like that, or your neighbor's property?
I believe in our neighbors to the rear, I believe they're about 3 to 4 feet, possibly 5, is where the chicken coop is. To the right of us, or to the left of us, is a neighbor that I've spoken to, and she actually feeds the chickens her scraps as well. So she doesn't have an issue with them. But they have a good area to run, which is fenced in, and plus the whole property is fenced in. They have their own separate chicken run. So our chickens do not run throughout the whole property. They just run within a fenced chicken coop area. They have a good chicken run.
What's the setback on the side?
I'm sorry, can you
Is
repeat?
the setback on the side, Councillor Noyes' question?
Oh, it leans right up to the fence. But it's a chain link fence. It's neighbors that we've had since we've pretty much lived there.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you. Just a clarification. When you're talking about where the chicken coop is, but the setbacks for the fencing itself from your property line?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The fencing, in other words, does your fence basically abut your neighbor's property?
No, it doesn't go onto the neighbor's property.
Is that not, okay, how far away from the neighbor's property is it?
To the left of us, it's right up against the fence, the chain link fence.
So then it's right, basically abuts your neighbor's property?
Yes.
So there's no setback?
No, but we can adjust that if that needs to be done. That is not an
No.
issue. We have permission from the neighbor, so she was totally okay with it. She actually recommended it.
And one last question, how big is the fenced-in area?
I'd say it's about, I'd give it probably about 10 square feet, if not more.
Okay, so yeah, if not more, so it's at least 100 square feet?
I wish I had taken pictures. Sorry, I should have measured it.
That's okay.
I apologize, but it is a good, decent chicken run. I did the research when I got the chickens on how much land the chicken needs per chicken, and it's well over the requirement. Like I said, I invite anyone to come take a look. I can provide pictures if need be, but I believe, what's his name? Jim McCaffrey, he did take some photos on his cell phone when he came to issue the order. So I know he has pictures, but once again, I can provide pictures, I can take pictures if need be, and I can present that.
Just one last question, how long have you had these chickens?
We-
Chickens, not necessarily these 5, but chickens.
I've never had chickens before. I used to live in Toronto, and the area in Toronto that I lived in, we weren't allowed to. I know other areas you were, but the area I was in, we weren't allowed to. And I've had these chickens since April 2023.
Okay, so relatively new.
2022, sorry. This whole pandemic's got me messed up on years. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Mr. Geronimo, how many chickens do you have?
I have 5 hens, sir.
And you indicated that when you lived in Toronto, you weren't allowed to have chickens in the area you lived.
Correct.
Did you bother to check what the bylaws were in Fort Erie before you?
So I did, I looked, and I couldn't find anything definitive. What I did find was that there was a pilot project in place a few years back that didn't get approved, I believe. I did ask on a community page about having chickens. And again, I get the internet isn't the most reliable, but I do know of other residents that have chickens, and I've seen signs driving around. I believe there's places not far from here that have it, and I understand there are different zoning. So I guess I assumed it was okay.
Did you call the town to make an inquiry before you bought the chickens?
I did not.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So
Okay,
then we're going to
thank
go
you.
to the next delegation. And the next delegate is Colleen McLaughlin. Good evening,
Good evening.
and we need your address as well for the record.
366 Dover Court Road.
Thank you.
I'm not sure quite where to begin, but I guess initially, rats and rodents are not attracted to chickens. What they are attracted to is their manure, their feed, their water, their shelter, and Mr. Geronimo has indicated that the property, unfortunately, Nancy Cash, whose property backs right on to where the chickens are, and their fences butt right together. She's not able to be here this evening because of family matter. But I have sent, and I hope it got to all members of council and Mayor Redekop, indicating that, and showing, and I actually have more than 38, I have 40 signed petition indicating that we would like the bylaw, which I enclosed a copy of, number 73, 2021, section 22, about livestock, and chickens are considered livestock. We would like Mr. Geronimo to honor that for many reasons. a great deal of Crystal Beach and Fort Erie has had their rats and rodents habitat uplifted with development and the bringing down of old buildings. And rats are ferocious eaters and will head in any direction to find feed. Bird feeding, has been stopped by my immediate neighbors, and the debris of over the winter shrubs and trees and whatnot came down, has all been cleaned up. We have seen rats in the chicken coop, and I had sent an affidavit saying that was not an affidavit, just saying that 3 of us were sitting out in the backyard and the rats were in the chicken coop feeding. And Miss Cash had one come out of her barbecue, and neighbors to the back of me have had them come out of garbage cans. And I did send a video showing you that that the rats are right there on my property and other people's property. I have spent, and so have 4 of my other neighbors, through petty pest control services to bring in black boxes at $50 to $75 a piece to be properly set up so that the rats will come and feed from there, trying not to endanger any other animals or birds. I have also spent approximately $1,200 by boarding up 2 of my sheds and my 2 decks, and wire mesh all the way around, and 3 yards of gravel to protect them. They dig down and burrow in, and as the winter season is coming, this situation will get even worse. The habitat, like I say, has been disrupted, and they're looking for places to go. Once again, it isn't the lovely chickens that they're after, it's their feed, their eggs, their water, their shelter. And I would like to see bylaw 73, 2021, section 22 with regards to livestock honored and respected by Mr. Dubanow.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Any members of council have any questions? Don't go away. The councillor that has a question or more.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation tonight. I just have one quick question. I know you and I spoke on the phone most recently about this. Actually, no, not on the phone, in the end of my driveway about this. When you've had the pest control companies out to your property, what has some of the feedback from them been in terms of why the area in our neighborhood might be experiencing the rat problem that I'm not historically used to seeing in the neighborhood?
Okay. They did, and this is petty pest control, they did indicate that that chickens, or chicken coops, their manure and their feed is a big attraction for rats. Also, the upheaval of habitat that they were in before through construction and the demolition of buildings. They were very, I think, very professional in what they wanted us to do is to be sure to leave the boxes in place so that no other animals were affected, whether they were our pets or birds or anything. A rat who has ingested poison can also kill a dog. And so they were very clear, and we have, there are 7 out there in our area right now, boxes, and we will be having them checked in the next month or 2. 2 of the boxes we know for certain are completely empty, and they are the ones that back onto the chicken coop.
And thank you for your presentation. I have some questions that I'll later ask to staff regarding the matter, but I appreciate you coming today.
Okay.
Any other members of council? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Through you to Mr. McLaughlin. Mr. McLaughlin, when did the problem with the rats start?
The problem with them started probably, I know that I had called the bylaw officer the first part of August, but they had been there probably since the 1st of July
Of this year?
of this year.
I'm just trying to see if it coincides with the actual chicken coop itself. My understanding was in 2022.
Yes,
Chicken coop, so it was almost a year later. That's the
yes,
problem.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members? Thank you very much, Ms. McLaughlin.
Okay.
That takes us into the third and the final delegation, and that would be Scott Kanmacher. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Just give me 1 sec to get my iPad. I'm going to read from that, but thank you, Council and Mayor and City staff for allowing us to present tonight. I did forward some information ahead of time digitally, but I'm just going to open this up.
To the town staff.
Yes, with Ashley Carter. So our petition has to do with a long-time plan back in 2002, planned sidewalk from Derbyshire Road to the dead-end side of North Shore, which ends at Yacht Harbor. So I'm Scott Carmacher. I'm here to represent the residents of the North Shore Drive. North Shore Drive, the section affected is only about 1/3 of North Shore Drive, and we are the, as I already said, the dead-end section. I also understand and appreciate that most of you, or probably all of you, initially are not supporting the removal of the sidewalk, because after all, sidewalks are a great thing. But I do ask that you keep an open mind, as our section of North Shore has some very unique features and issues that come into play regarding this sidewalk. Our street has several islands, and one of the pictures I provided show these islands, 4 down the middle of the street. This makes our street very narrow. It's actually only 173 inches curb to curb, which makes parking in our street illegal, and just it creates all sorts of problems. So with these islands in the narrow street, you cannot park a full-size SUV or a pickup and get by it with a similar vehicle. This would create right-of-way issues. It could trap residents in, essentially. If you had someone parked on the lake side and someone on that side, you're trying to get out, you could be stuck. Emergency vehicles would definitely not be able to get through. And so with the sidewalk and it reducing some 4-car driveways down to 2 for legal parking, their family or friends would have to park their cars where? Where's the city's plan? On Derbyshire or Maple Leaf? Like blocks away, these people would have to park and then walk to go see these people. It's also worth mentioning that in 2002, when this development agreement was made with the city and the developer, that it was to be 3 years or 80%, filled, whichever came first, then secondary services would be, put in. Well, the city dropped the ball. They didn't follow up with the developer. The developer didn't obviously do it because no one was chasing them, probably. And so here we are, some 15, 17 years late. Houses have been built. Some pretty nice driveways were put in. Some of the residents were not aware of this planned sidewalk. So that gives you some feeling that we're going to have egress issues. We're going to take these luxury small community homes and reduce their parking down to 4 in the driveway, but where are their friends and family parking? Because the road won't accommodate it. One of the initially, north of us, where the developer built there was a concrete walkway that came through lot 13. And when he was selling those homes, which you guys are all aware of, that large development off Thunder Bay, there was this concrete walkway, and he sold lots. People were walking down this, and this would connect very actually nicely to this proposed sidewalk. And then this sidewalk would go to Derbyshire, which would always also allow them the public access to Maple Leaf Beach. But that walkway was abolished, and that easement or whatever was also abolished many, many years ago when Dawn and Lex built their home there. But no one caught on that, hey, the idea was that walkway would connect these two communities, and then there'd be this nice sidewalk. So now we have a sidewalk that goes nowhere. It services 5 homes as planned and dies at the end of our street. No one on the street wants it. We have 100% of all residents have said, we don't get it, we don't want it. And even the developer said, this is crazy, like you guys should make a petition. He's in favor of not building as well. So we have those logistical problems. We did look, and I did talk to the developer. I said, well, what if we reduce that 8-foot setback from the curb and brought it closer so people would still have 4-car parking? He said that he looked at it with Upper Canada consultants, but with all the services that are buried there, the setback, changes the setback to 3-4 feet or whatever instead of the 8, and then the sidewalk. He said it's not feasible without huge expense. So North Shore also, I have pointed out, it is a dead-end road, but it does lead to Yacht Harbor, which is privately owned. The land from North Shore getting to Yacht Harbor is also privately owned. So anyone sort of walking through there are in fact trespassing. So that's why I'm just trying to really get through that this sidewalk truly goes nowhere. And if you were to look at the layouts of the subdivision, you would, and I spoke with Tom Lewis a few times on the phone, you would notice, like on the lakeside, for instance, the driveways are huge, like they're, I don't know, 16 cars or something. Had the sidewalk not been planned with that initial easement, likely the developer probably would have put it on that side. It would service 8 homes or 9 homes versus 5. And it would lead right to the mailbox. But as it stands now, this sidewalk doesn't connect to any other road, and there's all the surrounding roads around us have no sidewalks. The very next road, Maple Leaf, no sidewalk. Then you got Pleasant, or Peasant, then you got Burley, no sidewalks. At the end of North Shore, there's a Lake Crest Court, which is identical in nature to our street. Has the island, dead end. There's no sidewalks there either. Like if you go in Ridgeway, if you live in Ridgeway, there's probably over 100 miles of residential network streets around us with no sidewalks. But we're getting one, but we don't want it. So we are asking you to go against your sidewalks are great, but in this case, we are asking you to take a especially hard look at this. We have photos of driveways, which I can later send to the town clerk. I can send more images of this concrete used to be pathway that I do truly believe was the initial rationale behind putting this sidewalk there. And if that had existed, it might have made sense, but it's not there, and that easement is legally gone. It can't be reinstated. It's now private property. So that's the presentation. I'm open to questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanmacher. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Dubanow and Councillor Noyes.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And through you, my apologies, Mr.
It's Scott. Scott Kanmacher.
Kanmacher. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. I wanted to make sure I pronounced it correctly.
It's a tough one, eh?
No, that's quite all right. And thank you very much for your presentation, by the way. You had mentioned that the subdivision plan was from 2002, which sounds right from my recollection of the area. What year did you purchase your home or construct it?
Okay, so my home is not being directly affected because I live on the, if you look at the drawings that were provided of the survey and the area, I'm in the circle part.
Okay.
We have our own association as well. And we're a pretty tight community, so I took on the challenge of trying to gather as much information and speak on everyone's behalf. And by the way, we have several people here in the back row there that are also residents, and two of the residents that are directly affected are here as well.
So if I understand this correctly, you are not affected by this sidewalk being
Directly
constructed.
myself, no.
But you're here speaking on
Yes,
the issue,
because it's...
rather than the residents who are affected.
Well, because I was asked to.
Okay.
Just
enough.
as much as you would ask a lawyer to speak
Okay,
on your
just-
behalf.
Mr. Kanmacher, this is a public meeting, and Mr. Kanmacher's making a delegation. No one else is entitled to speak, so please hold your comments and let Councillor Dubanow ask his questions, Mr. Kanmacher respond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's unfortunate because I had a series of questions for individuals who are affected by this, thinking that you were just trying to flesh out the situation. I'm going to ask you the questions anyway, and maybe you can go back to the people or
I'd be happy
residents
to.
you're representing, and maybe they'd be willing to email these responses to us, and perhaps you can even answer them yourself. So what year did you have your home constructed?
So my house was constructed 4.5, 5 years ago.
So 2016-ish, kind of 2018, kind of in that range?
Right, and I bought it from the Manichella's family probably 2.5, 3 years ago, something like that.
Okay. So
It was
when
COVID-ish time.
Yep, no, I get that. Believe me that the years all blur together. So when you purchased your home, were you aware of the subdivision site plan?
Yeah, I was. I'm that kind of guy.
Okay. So am I.
I'm very detail-oriented, and I solicited everything I could, because again, I've never lived in a residence with an association. So I wanted to know more about it before I leapt right in there.
Sounds very familiar, exactly what I did when I constructed my home.
Oh, well, then you
Fair
know.
enough.
Okay, very good.
So you were aware of the subdivision site plan. Now, from speaking with the residents in the area, your understanding is other residents are not aware of the site plan that was in place for when they had their homes constructed?
Well, directly speaking, for two of the residents here who have driveways that are installed, and I've met with them in detail, and they've shown me what they were given at the time of the sale of the home, what information they were aware of, and they were not aware of it. I can say that because they sincerely have told me this. They've even shown me from Blythewood Homes, for instance, the one north of us, that big development, they built the one home. They've showed me what they were provided, and that particular survey oddly does not show the sidewalk. And the same happened with the other individuals, Igor and Elena.
Okay.
And we have those documents, and again, later, we're happy to share whatever documentation, any clarification that the council might find useful.
Fair enough. Next question. Are you aware if these residents had actually asked the builder and done due diligence similar to you did to find out if there was a sidewalk planned or if there were any works planned in front of on the road allowance on the property in front of their house?
I can only say that they asked for all the information, the builder and/or seller gave him these documents. They looked them over, didn't see one. Did they then say, well, maybe we should triple check? Well, no, because
So they didn't ask?
because they were given documents that didn't have it. So if you look at if I gave you a document today and you say, is this it? You go look at it, you go, it's not there, you're going to accept that in all likelihood.
Not necessarily, but I'll take your word for that. The other point, and I certainly do hope that the residents provide us this information, because I really would like to get clarification from residents who are affected. But just going back to the point where you had mentioned earlier that no residents in the neighborhood, at least from what you have spoken with, want the sidewalks. Did you consider possible future residents 50, 25 years from now?
Yeah.
Perhaps they have children, perhaps they're in a different situation, perhaps they could be in front of council asking for sidewalks that
Yes.
were once planned that were deleted?
Thank you, Nick. So I did point out that we had 100% petition sign up, which you have copies of. Your point is well received. If someone was to go there with, they want to buy one of those 5 homes of the 19 that has this sidewalk, and they want this sidewalk that only goes to Derbyshire. So is that possible? I suppose anything is possible, but we do live on a dead-end street, and it's very quiet. We don't have a lot of traffic. It's low speed because it is dead-end. And to be honest, even in Derbyshire and the Blythewood, all that, there's got to be over 100 homes in there. Everybody walks their dog and pushes their baby carriages and ride their bikes on the road. It's odd that so many people don't use the sidewalk. It's a thing.
Well, but before I yield my time back, if there isn't a sidewalk to use, it's not possible to use one, but I appreciate the point you're making.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. To you, to Mr. Kammacher. Thank you for your presentation. I will say, I have this request many a times, that they didn't know that there was a sidewalk when they bought their property. They didn't, and I think it is unfortunate that the real estate agent and/or the developer, or who's ever selling the property, does not make that clear. But my question is in regards to how many of the homes, and I think you're pretty aware of the homes on your street, have double-car garages?
All.
So you're not looking for 4 cars parking, you're looking for 6 cars?
No, so, well,
Two
a lot of the
cars, yeah.
people, okay, I see your point, but for instance, myself, I might have a workshop in mind. I know one of my neighbors he does car work, or likes to play with his cars. Igor puts his boat in one of the garages. So there are, as everyone knows, that if you look in any neighborhood, it's rare that a garage actually stores cars. They're usually full of lawn furniture and/or other things. This is just the way I would challenge anyone to look me straight in the face and say their garages hold just cars, and they can fit 2 cars. It's rare. I would suggest that would be a rare thing in our society nowadays. People use their garage for a multitude of things. I seldom see the garages with actual cars in both bays.
And I understand that, I don't necessarily disagree, but there are many people
Thank
that
you.
actually do.
Oh, there are some. I'm not saying there are none.
If you have a 2-car garage, basically there's parking for 4 cars. There's not parking for, and if we, currently, without the sidewalk, my understanding, then there would be actually parking for 6 cars.
If you were to look at it from your point of view, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lewis and then Councillor Christensen.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Scott, for your presentation and the several calls that we had leading up to today's presentation. I just had a question, and that was, would you agree that the registered plan of subdivision that the town has and approved for North Shore Boulevard showed a sidewalk on the north
Yes.
side of North Shore Road?
It does.
And You mentioned a homeowners association. Would you agree that the homeowners association would be privy to that information and also know that a sidewalk was originally planned for the north side of North Shore Drive?
That would be a fair assumption.
And then you mentioned the driveways, and I do understand the concern from the neighborhood with respect to the, let's call it cutting of the driveways and the sidewalk going through the middle of them. But let me back this up. In terms of the residents that you represent here tonight that have spent the money on their driveways, would it be fair to say that the residents along the north side of North Shore Road would know generally where their front yard stops and becomes public property?
Well, I mean, some people would see this as a very obvious answer that yes, and then some people aren't that technical. But it would be fair to say people realize X amount of feet belong to the city, but whether they understand that precisely or not, I can't speak on to that.
But you would agree that the homeowners on the north side of the road would generally know from their legal closing documents where their property starts and where it stops?
That seems reasonable.
And that the property from where their property stops to the roadway is public property where
Oh, yes.
it is a municipal property where sidewalks and infrastructure are buried.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Those are my only questions.
Oh, okay.
Any other, Councillor Christensen?
Thank you for your presentation and your comments. So just for clarification for those who aren't aware, so this is the North Shore Drive is on the lake, runs
Yes.
parallel to the lake to the south end of Ridgeway by the lake.
Yes, like it ends at Yacht Harbor Road at that
Yes.
end, yes.
And so you mentioned that there are not a lot of sidewalks on older places, older streets, is that correct? So Maple Leaf, Pleasant, Burley that are historic. Are there sidewalks in Ridgeway by the lake?
Well, yes, the development north of us, there are sidewalks throughout.
So in other words, the newer homes, the new development reflects town policy with respect to sidewalks, active transportation and public safety.
They do. If I may just say that my point that I brought forth earlier, when you're on any one of those roads, there are no islands in the middle. So what happens if you do have someone to come visit you, or you have someone to come do your yard work or whatever, they can very comfortably park on your side. You could actually have another vehicle right directly opposite that vehicle on the other side of the road. And a fire truck could quite comfortably cruise right through there to get to wherever that emergency vehicle, or if I wanted to drive through there, quite comfortably. On our road, because of, if you do look at the drawings, these islands prohibit that entirely. It's a unique design that I'm hoping you really look at it, because it's not just, well, this is normal nowadays, but our road isn't. That's the point. If we didn't have those islands, then we wouldn't even be here.
But isn't it also true, though, that the islands, being islands, are surrounded by roads? So there's would, in the event of an emergency, be sufficient room to get around through
No,
the
not if there was a
spaces?
car parked on it. Wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, there would
How
not.
frequently does that happen?
It doesn't matter. By law, if you have an emergency vehicle, you have to legally be able to get through. That's a law. Also, it was only about 2.5 weeks ago, we actually did have a fire truck, oddly enough, on North Shore. There was an incident on one of the homes on the lakeside. So it does happen. It's just right now, there's very few cars in the street, well, none. But with the design of the road, that's going to change. And then there's going to be the egress and safety issues that I already spoke to.
Thank you for your instruction. One thing I would comment, I do have a 2-car garage, and there are 2 vehicles in it.
Okay. All right.
So I'm the exception that proves your rule. Thank you.
Any other councillors? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Lewis. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And two questions I forgot to ask, and that was when you purchased or when the individuals you represented purchased the homes on North Shore Drive, were the islands installed?
Sorry, well, the islands have always been there, yes.
Correct. And at the time of purchase, did you or any of your residents in the neighborhood have any concerns with respect to parking prior to purchasing?
No, I'm not aware of.
And then the last was, you are aware that the subdivision that was approved did have fire department approval and did meet the requirements of fire safety?
Oh, it does. Yes, it does currently. I'm just saying if vehicles were parked on the side of the road now, it would not meet that standard. I have checked with civil engineering.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any other councillors? Councillor Dubanow again.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just through you again, really quick. Are there no parking signs on your street?
No.
So it is not safe, in your opinion, not safe for a fire vehicle to get through if a car is parked on the road, but vehicles are permitted to park on your street?
There's no signs suggesting otherwise.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. If there are no other councillors, thank you very much, Mr. Conmacker. I would say that I also have a two-car garage in which I park my cars.
Okay, and like I said, I didn't say that's not, no one does it, I'm just saying it's
Just letting
common.
you know that at least 2 out of the 7 members of council use that. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for your time.
That then takes us to the next agenda item, which is the public meetings. We have 2 scheduled for this evening. These public meetings are held under the Planning Act, and they are to allow the public to comment on information provided to staff in connection, or council in connection with a planning application. The process is that we will hear from a member of staff. We will then council will be allowed to ask questions of the staff member. Then we will ask the proponent of the proposed change or amendment to address council if they wish, subject to council's questions. Then I will ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the application, again, subject to questions by members of council, and then anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or to inquire of the council any information regarding the application. I will then ask I'll ask Mr. Patton if there's anyone who is zooming in digitally to this meeting if they wish to address council, and then we'll hear from them. And then finally, I'll ask the clerk or deputy clerk if there have been any comments received by the town since the report was prepared. We will then, following that public meeting, proceed to entertain the report that is on the agenda this evening in connection with each of these public meetings. So I'm going to start with the first public meeting, which is a proposed zoning bylaw amendment in connection with 3701 Elm Street. And Aaron Hare is the staff person who's going to provide us with some background information. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, I'm Aaron Hare, one of the intermediate development planners for the town, and I'm here tonight to go over the proposed zoning amendment for 3701 Elm Street in the community of Ridgeway. Quartet Group, on behalf of 1000314-955 Ontario Inc., has submitted a zoning amendment to change the zoning of the subject property from residential 2 zone to a site-specific residential 3 zone to permit semi-detached dwellings. The site-specific R3 zone is needed to support the reduced frontage of 9.14 meters. Notification of the August 28th public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a public notice sign on the subject lands. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application and public meeting on July 31st, 2023. On August 25th, a letter of objection was submitted by email from an adjacent property. The nature of the objection pertains to the increased parking that would be generated from the proposed development, and that letter has been forwarded to council. This slide that's on the screen shows where we are in the legislative timeframe. And as we're at 45 days today, and the zoning process is a 90-day process under the Planning Act. The subject property is located in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie on the south side of Elm Street. The site is approximately 0.13 hectares in area and is surrounded by the following. On the north, it's single detached dwellings and the Royal Canadian Legion. East is Brimstone Brewing Company and Sanctuary Center of the Arts. To the south is a single detached dwellings and commercially zoned property. And to the west is our more single detached dwellings. The nearest public open space is the Ridgeway Lions Field, located at 200 Park Street, approximately 150 meters west of the subject lands. As well as the Friendship Trail is located approximately 160 meters north of the subject property. The subject lands are designated low-density residential in the town of Fort Erie's Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan. The low-density residential designation allows for single detached dwellings, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings, as well as accessory uses and structures. There are no natural heritage features, natural hazard areas on the subject property as identified in the town's official plan. The subject property is identified as having an archaeological potential in the region's official plan. However, since the subject lands have been previously disturbed, the Niagara Region has confirmed that an archaeological assessment was not required for the proposed development. The subject property is zoned residential 2 in accordance with the town's zoning bylaw, which permits the uses of single detached dwellings and accessory apartment dwellings. The owner is requesting to rezone the lands to site-specific R3 zone for the construction of semi-detached dwellings, and the site-specific regulations being requested is to permit a reduced frontage. This slide, oh, sorry, I must have missed a slide. Yes, sorry. This slide shows an aerial image of the subject property and the neighboring properties. It should be noted that the buildings on the subject site have been removed, and they did apply for the necessary demolition permits. This slide shows the proposed site plan and proposed building elevations. This slide shows the requested frontages. According to the zoning bylaw, a minimum area per unit is required to be 9.5. The applicant is proposing 9.14 meters. And all other zoning regulations are being complied with for the proposed development. This slide shows the conceptual front elevations. This one shows the conceptual rear elevations of the proposed development. And this slide shows the, again, conceptual floor plan for the development. The next couple slides are some photos of the subject property. This is looking east towards Brimstone Brewery. This is looking southeast towards the same property. This one is looking south, so this is what the rear yards of the proposed development would look like, or would look at, sorry. Again, these are looking slightly southwest, and the next slide would be looking west towards the Legion there. Yes, a public open house was held on August 1st, and all property owners within 120 meters were notified. At the public open house, 2 members of the public attended the meeting where they raised concerns with parking along Elm Street. The proposed semi-detached dwellings are providing 3 parking spaces. The main units will have a garage and a driveway parking space, and the accessory dwelling units that are being proposed will have a dedicated driveway parking space each. As such, all the proposed parking for this development is to be contemplated on site. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hare. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Worship. The entry on the side to the accessory apartments, will there be some type of a connection there, sidewalk, something like that? I just don't see those on any of the renderings.
Yes, there are proposed pathways to the side entrances.
Any others? Councillor Christensen?
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hare. This relates also to the accessory, as I understand it. There are 3 units permitted as of right in each of the proposals.
As of Bill 23, that would be correct, but what they are proposing today are just the semi-detached dwellings with basement apartments.
And just as a follow-up to that, the basement apartments, as opposed to being added on later on a retrofit, they would in fact be incorporated, they would be governed by town's property standards and building standards during the construction of the main units.
At this time, yes, they are being proposed to be constructed at the same time as the principal dwelling, yes.
Thank you.
Any others? So, Mr. Hare, just the parking issue. There are going to be 3 parking spaces per dwelling unit?
Each semi-detached will have one single-car garage, and then there will be 2 driveway parking spaces. The parking space in the garage is for the principal unit, as well as 1 garage or 1 parking space in the driveway, and then 1 parking space in the driveway will be dedicated to the ADU.
So essentially 1 parking space per housing unit?
The principal semi-detached would have a driveway and a garage. And then the ADU would just have a parking, driveway parking space.
3 for each building?
Yes.
Okay. And any concerns from staff with respect to the parking on Elm Street?
No, because what they are proposing does exceed the zoning bylaw. There is on-street parking currently permitted on Elm. So again, what they are proposing does comply with the zoning bylaw and actually
I think
exceeds.
part of the problem, and maybe this is something that staff can look into further, is one of the photographs that you showed actually did show a car parked on the south side of Elm Street on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Which somewhat defeats the purpose of a sidewalk. So maybe when you're going through this, you could look into that as well.
Yeah, yes, I did notice myself when I was out there on site, the sidewalks are pretty flush with the pavement of the road.
And the sidewalk would have to be reinstated across the frontage of this property.
Through the future consent applications, yes, road widening would be required to be dedicated, which would see the entire sidewalk along the frontage of this property, as well as a hydro pole be located on town property.
Right, okay, thank you very much. Okay, so then we're going to go, Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I have one question to read from what you're mentioning. Okay, so there's going to be 2 building units. In other words, the person who's occupying the house, let's say, is going to be 1 family, and then there's going to be somebody in the accessory building, but there's not going to be 3 families, 3 separate living units in here.
At this time, what is being proposed is the semi-detached, which would be the principal unit, and then a basement unit, which would be the accessory dwelling unit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then I'm going to go to the proponent at this point in time, or the agent on behalf of the proponent if they wish to address council. And Mr. Patton, is there someone in the digital waiting room on that regard?
I believe so, Your Worship. There's a Quartet group, Eric Fox.
He's representing if Susan Smythe is not available.
Okay. I'll move him in now, Your Worship.
Beg your pardon? Okay, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And who do we have here?
Good evening, it's Susan Smythe.
Oh, good evening. Please proceed.
Thank you. So good evening, Chair, members of council, and those attending the meeting to receive the information about the proposed residential infill development. My name is Susan Smythe, and I'm here to just quickly provide a synopsis and just kind of provide additional information to Aaron's presentation, which was really well done. Thank you, Aaron. Can the slide presentation be shared with the group?
Mr. Patton, are you able to do that? It's on its way.
Thank you.
So it's on the screen now, Ms. Smythe, at least we can see it.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm going to hopefully run through it as well, and in hopes that we're kind of lined up. So the first slide should read background information. So again, this slide is just to kind of show a representation of the subject site. As Aaron indicated, it's on the south side of Elm Street between Mill Street and Ridge Road North, within the Ridgeway Thunderberry secondary area. So there's the image that shows the vacancy open lot with the house, the existing house, and the accessory dwelling, accessory uses being demolished.
Okay, so before you go any further.
Yes.
I don't think we have the right slide. We've got the town's presentation. Mr. Patton, do you have Susan Smythe's presentation? There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Wonderful. So I'll just quickly again. It's just the slide that shows a representation of the subject lands. It is a rectangular shaped parcel, approximately 1303 square meters, so 0.13 hectares in size. It has right now a current frontage of 36.5 meters and a lot depth of 36.1. As noted by Aaron, it's surrounded by low-density single residential dwellings as well as commercial uses. As part of the town and region policy documents, this type of infill development is supported on lands that are underutilized in the built-up areas with access to municipal services. Next slide, please. As noted by Aaron, the application has been provided by the applicant for zoning amendment to change the R2 zone to an R3 zone with site-specific regulations for a reduced lot frontage. As noted, it's 2 semi-detached dwelling units that also has the provision to accommodate the accessory dwelling units. In terms of the lot area, it does comply with the R3 proposed zone. The minimum is 305 square meters. The lot areas for these dwelling units are approximately 325 square meters in size. They will be 2-story type buildings, approximately 8.37 in building height, meters in building height, where the maximum is 9 meters. They will have attached garages with gross floor areas of approximately 156.17 square meters. So to accommodate a house, each of the units approximately 1,600 square feet in size. The proposal will provide 62 units per hectare. This includes the accessory dwelling units, whereas the maximum for this type of designation is up to 75 units per hectare. As noted, there will be 1 space per unit, which then meets the parking requirements under the bylaw. Next slide, please. These images are essentially similar to that what was provided in Aaron's presentation. It just shows the renderings on the different use of the types of dwelling. Again, specific to the building materials and colors, those can likely change, but for the most part, it will be complementary to the style that is found in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. In terms of policy, there is a requirement to be weighted against current legislation, that being consistency with provincial, regional, and local policies. In terms of the provincial plan, growth plan, and the provincial policy, settlement areas are the focus to accommodate a range of housings through intensification, which is this proposal. In terms of the regional official plan, more focus on land that is available for higher densities than in a compact built form, offering different housing choices for changing lifestyles. And lastly, in terms of the town's official plan, more specifically in the Ridgeway Thunder Bay Secondary, it provides policies to encourage intensification and the optimization of available land for infill opportunities. It also provides complementary to assist with the vibrancy of the surrounding area with new housing. Therefore, in the context of conformity and consistency with the policies, this provides that opportunity. Next slide, please. This slide just provides a quick review of the open house comments we received from the members of the public that attended. So parking was obviously a point to bring to our attention, as well as traffic concerns along the local road. To that point, I just want to stress that at the onset, the pre-consultation, the town and the region did not express any concerns for the increased traffic. Therefore, there was no requirement for a traffic study. It's indicated that the additional units and the anticipated movements are not significant and to impact the traffic flow patterns there on Elm Street onto Ridge Road. In terms of recent comments about parking, again, I'd like to make mention that we do meet the parking requirements for the tandem parking spaces for the main dwelling, as well as one dedicated for the ADU unit. Drainage issue was also that brought up as a concern. Just as part of the subsequent consent application that would form part of this development, town engineering would be required to review and provide approval of the detailed design and site servicing. So for instance, a final lot grading plan before any construction can occur. Next slide, please. This is just a general next steps overview, just showing that we are underway of the public consultation process. Upon addressing any comments from agencies, members of the public and or council, the town is likely going to be preparing a recommendation and the proposed amendments for deliberation, followed by the 20-day appeal period, and then finally moving towards the consent application. And that concludes my proposal and my presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Smythe. Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Ms. Smythe. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's good to see you again this evening. My question is more to do with the accessory dwelling unit. We've had a few applications before council for semis that include, as part of the request, an accessory dwelling unit. And I'm just wondering, is the builder intending to include this as part of the package that they sell to a homeowner, which would then have the opportunity to rent out the basement unit per se, or are they being marketed separately and kind of almost you sell the top part and then they rent the bottom second? I'm just trying to get an idea because this is new and we haven't seen it very often.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to answer the question, yes, it is my understanding that the developer, owner of the site, is intending to build the ADU at the same time as the main dwelling. So the opportunity to rent, whoever purchases that unit, is available immediately.
Okay, and if I may, Your Worship, just for some clarification, so the entire semi-side is being sold to one individual with an accessory dwelling unit, which then the intent would be for that owner to rent out the accessory unit, is that correct?
Through to Mr. Chair, that can be the circumstance, and or they may have maybe a family member who may want to just live downstairs. These days, it seems like some of the older children can't afford a home, so they like to stay at their parents' place a little longer. So this allows that opportunity if that may be the case.
No, and that's fair enough. It was more information because we're seeing these applications, and I wasn't entirely sure how they were fleshing that out. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Ms. Smythe. That then takes us to anyone who wishes, other than the applicant or the applicant's agent, who wishes to speak in support of the application may come forward. Mr. Patton, could you check to see if there's anyone in the digital waiting room that may want to speak in support?
Worship, there isn't anybody to represent us.
Okay, so then I'm going to call on anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the application or who wishes to address council with respect to the application. Please come forward. Mr. Patton, could you then check to see if there's anyone in the digital waiting room that might have put up their hand?
Right now, there's nobody over.
Okay. And Madam Deputy Clerk, we did receive a letter which was referred to by Mr. Hare. And did you want to refer to that as part of this public meeting? This is an email from Jeremy and Lottie Kendrick.
Yes, so through you, Mayor Redekop, Jeremy and Lottie Kendrick of 3700 Elm Street did submit comments in objection to this application.
And that was really relative to the parking?
Correct.
Thank you. So, if there are no other further comments with respect to this public meeting, I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and then we're going to move to the report, which is PDS 57. And Councillor Dubanow, you have the motion for that?
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes that Council approves the amendment to the Town Zoning Bylaw number 12990 as detailed in report number PDS 57-2023 for the lands known as 3701 Elm Street, and further, that Council directs staff to submit the necessary bylaw.
Any questions or comments with respect to the report? I'm going to go to Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just a quick comment with regard to the request being made and the urban design. You know that there's the one deviation here. It's I think if you do the math, it's maybe 2 feet, give or take. A reduction in the frontage that will allow these units to be accommodated there with the accessory dwelling units. And also, I also note that we had some concerns in the past with another application where they were doing tandem parking in the front, and this application has already taken that to account. So we have the 2 spots side by side at the front. Just from looking at it, and they might be able to get 2 shorter vehicles in the front driveway, particularly where the garage door is, but as we know that you can't count those chickens all the time when you're dealing with the road allowance. I sympathize with the residents who have concerns about parking. I get it. It's always, anytime there's a change and an increase in density, that you'll end up with a potential situation where they could have family visit, and there could be parking on the street. Particularly as you get more density, there's a chance of more of that to happen. Certainly, as these move forward, if parking is always a concern, and this is something I share with residents who express these concerns with me, we can always look at it and, look at parking prohibitions or, one side or something to kind of clean up the area. The only caveat to that is, of course, as much as we're willing to look at that, it also affects every resident on the street, not just the new ones moving in. But it's definitely something we keep an eye on, and it's always something that we are very concerned about here, based on the comments I always, from myself and my colleagues. With regard to the urban design itself, I'm actually pretty fond of what they're proposing for the design. I find it's more traditional, fits into what the housing that you typically see in Ridgeway, Crystal Beach, and also in this end of town. I know there's a lot more contemporary design, a lot of the grays, flat roofs. You're starting to see that kind of that urban design move into here. It's very refreshing to see something proposed that is a very similar peaked roof design that we typically see here in Fort Erie. So I'm going to be supporting this. I think it's a good use of land in a nearby a core mixed use area. The Legion's nearby, restaurants, walkability is very good for this. And those were just my comments, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Just want to ditto really what Councillor Dubanow said. I think this is an attractive option for a lot of families. I think I'm thinking of in-law suites or let's say secondary family unit. And really with the prices of housing these days, this does make it affordable, I think, for many people who can basically split the cost of the mortgage, or, you know, have a rental unit that helps them pay for the mortgage. So I'm very much in favor of that. I think we're going to see a lot more of this. And I think it does lead to aging in place, and I think there's a lot of benefits from having an apartment in a home.
Any other members of council? Councillor Christensen.
I'd like to echo Councillors Noyes and Dubanow's comments, and particularly the attractiveness. But I think this example of infill in an urban core area, a part of the urban core of Ridgeway, is a very, it's the kind of thing that if we don't want high-rises all over, this type of infill that is practical, offers potential for families, and as you said, could be in-law suites, is an excellent solution to some housing issues. So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other members? Mr. Hare, I've got a couple of questions. If you wouldn't mind coming back up. So there's a reference to a road widening in connection with a hydro pole. And I'm looking at Google Maps. The only hydro pole I see isn't connected to anything on the south side of Elm. It looks like the wires are mostly on the north side. And then there's one that runs the pole in front of 3700 over to the house immediately to the west of this vacant lot. So the road widening isn't going to actually result in the road being wider.
No, the road widening is being requested to be 1.5 meters wide, which would accompany, which would have enough room for the sidewalk as well as that power pole that's right on the west property line.
And the sidewalk is actually fairly narrow as well. There's no proposal for this sidewalk to be widened, is there?
None at this time, no.
And the road itself is very narrow, so I'm a little surprised that the idea that there could be 12 additional vehicles on this parcel might not have any impact on the traffic, in view of the fact that there is a Legion right at the corner, which is frequently busy. So as we go forward, and I think Councillor Dubanow has mentioned it, I think it would be helpful if staff were to take a look at parking restrictions. It's virtually impossible to park on the north side of this road because of the shrubs that are quite close to the road from Ridge Road west to 3700 Street, and then there's a telephone pole right in the middle of that property, and then you've got the Legion. But the road is very narrow, so I would think that it might be appropriate to look at some type of parking restrictions. There's also a busy venue at the corner of Ridge and Elm, which is the sanctuary. Would staff be looking at that before the bylaw comes to us?
If that's something that council is asking, that's something that we can take away with and look at and have a conversation with the operations division. My only concern is the timing of doing that. Again, we do have to bring the bylaw back within the 90 days.
Right, and the bylaw wouldn't be coming back until the next regular council meeting?
I believe September 18th, is it?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would think that would give you adequate time to take a look at it.
Yes, we can definitely start looking at it with the operations division.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Then I'm going to call the question with respect to the report and the recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Hare. All those in favor? Opposed? There are none. That takes us then to the next public meeting, which is proposed zoning bylaw amendment on Walden Boulevard. And again, Mr. Hare, you're going to be introducing this to council.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, I'm Aaron Hare, Intermediate Development Planner for the town, and I'm here tonight to go over proposed zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for 0-10417 Walden Boulevard in the Walden neighborhood. I'll just wait until the PowerPoint's up on the screen. Oh, there we go. Lee White of PLW Planning and Environmental Consulting, on behalf of Apex Building and Development Group, has applied for rezoning, or has applied to rezone the subject property from residential 1 zone to a site-specific residential multiple 1 zone to facilitate the construction of 14th Street townhouse dwelling units. Zoning relief has been requested to address the reduction in minimum lot area for 1 unit, which is Unit 13, to reduce the planting strip width, and to increase the maximum permitted density. Notification of the August 28th, 2023 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a public notice sign on the subject properties. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of a complete application and public meeting. The slide on the screen notes where we are within the legislative timeframe. The legislative timeframe for the zoning bylaw amendment is 90 days and 120 days for draft plans. We are currently at day 28 within the process. The subject property is located within the Walden neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie at the intersection of Walden Boulevard and Murdoch Avenue. The site is approximately 0.37 hectares in area and is surrounded by single detached dwellings to the north, vacant land in a commercial plaza to the east. To the south, it's the same commercial plaza and single detached dwellings, and to west, there's additional single detached dwellings. The subject property is designated urban residential in the town's official plan. This designation does allow for a variety of housing forms, such as townhouses. There are no natural heritage features, natural hazard areas on the subject property as identified in the town's official plan. The property is identified as having archaeological potential in Schedule D of the town's official plan, and a Stage 1 and Stage 2 archaeological assessment has been completed for the subject lands, which did not identify any archaeological resources and recommend no further investigation. The subject property is zoned R1 in accordance with the town's zoning bylaw, which permits single detached dwellings and accessory apartment dwellings. The owners, sorry, I skipped ahead too early. The owner is required to rezone the subject, or rezone the lands to site-specific RM1 zone for the construction of 14th Street townhomes. The site-specific regulations being requested are to allow for an increase in maximum density, a reduction of lot area to Unit 13, and a reduction in planting strip widths, which will be discussed in the upcoming slide. The slide that's on the screen right now is just an aerial of the subject site showing what it currently looks like. This is the proposed draft plan of subdivision. At this time, all the draft plan is doing is creating 3 blocks for the townhouse development. The blocks will be further divided through part lot control, which would be a separate application. This slide, this is the proposed site plan that shows how the 14 units would be laid out on the subject site. And this slide goes over the requested reduction or requested reliefs in a little bit more detail. Unit 13, they're requesting minimum lot area of 171.5 meters squared, where 200 meters squared is required. They're asking for a reduced planting strip of 3 meters. This is the narrowest area at 3 meters. It does thicken out over here as you head towards the east. This area is 3.2, it's 3.4 over here. But the zoning bylaw requires 4.5 meters for street townhomes along the frontage of a road wherever there's not a driveway. As well as the last relief that they're asking for is an increase in density from 35 units per hectare to 37.8 units per hectare, which represents an increase in 1 additional unit. These 2 slides are the conceptual renderings of the proposed townhouses. The next few slides are photos of the subject property. This is looking at Hospitality Drive, south into the property. You can see a bit of the Sobeys Plaza in the back there. This is looking down Walden towards, what's that road, Murdoch? This is looking into the subject property. Again, you can see a bit of that Sobeys Commercial Plaza in the back there. As well as a public open house was held on August 15th, and all property owners within 120 meters were notified at the public open house. 7 members of the public attended the meeting, and at the meeting, the following comments were heard. The residents were concerned that the proposed development would result in a loss of the existing tree stand with the associated wildlife habitat. Staff noted that the site is not identified as a natural heritage feature under the town or regional's official plan, and through a site inspection with regional staff, it was determined that no further environmental work is required and no environmental conservation or protection is warranted. There was a comment with regards to the loss of privacy from the unit or from the property at 502 Walden Boulevard. Sorry, I went ahead too quick. At the open house, the developer did agree to install a fence and plant trees along the common property line to the satisfaction of town. There was some comments with regards to traffic at the open house. Several of the residents advised that people are using Walden as a shortcut from Garrison to Concession Road and requested that a 3-way stop be considered at the intersection of Walden Boulevard and Murdoch Avenue. Staff can respond that this matter is being looked at and will be brought forward to the September 13th Traffic Coordination Committee meeting. Drainage was another concern. The surrounding neighbors want to ensure that proposed development will not have any negative or adverse impacts on their property. Staff note that a detailed stormwater management plan that complies with the town's standards will be required as a condition of draft plan and will be reviewed as part of the subdivision agreement. Now the fun slide. As part of the application process, staff requested that a functional servicing report be prepared to determine the overall impact of the proposed development on the town's infrastructure system. The FSR was peer-reviewed by the town's engineering consultants. Our consultants has identified surcharging conditions in the sanitary system that exceeds the town's minimum level of service with respect to basement protection requirements. What does it mean when a sewer is surcharged? Sewers are surcharged when supply of water or wastewater to be carried is greater than the capacity of the pipes to carry the flow. The surface of the wastewater in the manhole rises above the top of the sewer pipe, and then the sewer is now put under pressure, which could potentially lead to basement flooding. Town's engineering consultants advise that the off-site sanitary infrastructure improvements are required to support additional development within this area of the town. Specific for this development, they identified 3 sections of pipe that would be required to be upgraded. The first section would be here, which would be upgrading the existing 450 millimeter trunk sewer from Garrison Road to the QE, to the other side of the QEW to a 600 millimeter. The next improvement that they would have to do is in this general location, and they would have to upgrade the existing 300 and 375 millimeter Garrison Road sewer from King Street to where that 450 millimeter starts. And then the last piece of infrastructure that that would need to be upgraded would be the existing 300 meter Garrison Road sewer between Walden Boulevard and Mather Boulevard to a 375 millimeter pipe. Town's development engineering has requested that if this file proceed forward, that a holding provision be applied to these lands, which would be removed once the sanitary system has been upgraded to the town's satisfaction. That does conclude our presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hare.
Yeah.
Councillor McDermott.
Yes, Mr. Hare, that slide you have up there, slide 17.
Yep.
I'm looking at the water flow from 17 Walden. Seems to have to go a heck of a long way to get to the pumping station on Catherine Street. Is that normal?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm following the flow of water here.
This is sanitary.
17, right?
Yep.
Then you're going to go up all the way to the Catherine Street station that's not built yet, right?
No, it's built, it's being upgraded.
My understanding is it is constructed, but it's being upgraded as part of next year's regional budget.
Do you know the time frame of that?
My understanding is it's subject to regional budget being approved, but it is in their 2024 plan.
Thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you. I'm just looking at it, and I'm glad you left slide 17 up, and thank you for your presentation, Aaron. In regards to the cost of this, who's going to be bearing the cost of this?
At this time, we haven't looked that far into this. Right now, we're just identifying what pieces of infrastructure need to be upgraded.
One further question. There is another large development happening right on the corner of Garrison and Central. At least there's planned to be a fairly large building, apartment building there.
Yes.
How will that affect all the wastewater?
My understanding is part of the improvements that development will need is part of this, the green upgrading right here. Why is this mouse not? That green arrow, I'm not sure why this isn't working anymore, but they would need that infrastructure as well.
Okay, and I guess my last question is, there's been a lot of new buildings. I'm looking at the yellow line and the yellow arrow and the blue arrow, and I'm making an assumption here because that follows like Garrison Road, right?
Yes, the yellow and blue line do follow Garrison Road. Correct.
And there's been a lot of new development all along there, new stores and new restaurants and things like that. So that's all being taken into consideration in regards to the capacity for wastewater, I would imagine.
To my understanding, through the mayor, to yourself, Councillor Noyes, is all new developments are required to submit an FSR, functional servicing report, and they are being plugged into the town's modeling system, so they are being looked at least on a go-forward basis. I'm not 100% sure when that practice started here at the town.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, and thank you for presentation, Mr. Hare. You just mentioned that you weren't sure who was going to be responsible for payment of the upgrades. In the inter-office memo, Appendix 3, it does indicate that the hold provision until such time as recommendations noted at the sole cost of the owner.
Yes. Again, we don't 100% know the entire cost associated with this upgrade. We can reasonably say a 14-unit townhome development will not be able to cover the cost of all this upgrade. It will most likely have to be, the infrastructure upgrades will have to be most likely looked at as a developer consortium trying to move this infrastructure forward.
So the appendix is not completely accurate?
If this was the only development proceeding forward, then yes, the full burden of this infrastructure upgrades would be put on that one property. But seeing how there are several developments, the costs could be shared.
Fair enough, thank you.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Hare. Just to clarify, that this infrastructure situation that we have right now, this is not specific to just this development proposal. This is the whole area that's being kind of tied into Garrison Road up to the Catherine Street pumping station. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to yourself, Councillor Dubanow, yes, this is a larger issue than just this single development. These three pieces of infrastructure that are being upgraded are needed for this development to proceed, though.
And if I may, Your Worship, just one more question. Is this town infrastructure or is it regional infrastructure?
That would be something I would have to look into. I know Garrison Road is a regional road. I'm not sure if the infrastructure in it is towns or not.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Any other members of council? So, Mr. Hare, aside from these problems with respect to the wastewater infrastructure, the report also talks about the parking. And my understanding is that it's one parking space per street townhouse?
That is a requirement under the zoning bylaw, yes.
And yet this is being, the developer is proposing a garage parking space and an outside parking space.
Yes, they are proposing a garage and a driveway space per unit.
Building department is saying that the garage space may be deficient because there's some internal stairs that would interfere with a vehicle
Yes,
size.
that is correct. Perhaps Lee, when he comes up and speaks to it, can go over that a little bit more. But my understanding is their designer is looking at that right now.
And so any visitors would be parking on the street, I suppose.
Most likely, yes.
And because there's a driveway every few feet with this 14-unit proposal, the parking would have to be on the other side of the road, I suppose.
Quite possibly it would have to be on Walden or perhaps even on Murdoch.
There's also the proposal that the developer provide funding for a future sidewalk.
Yes, that is something that the Development Engineering Department brought forward.
Is there any reason why there wouldn't be a requirement for the sidewalk to be installed when the units are being constructed?
At this time, the sidewalks along Walden are currently scheduled to be designed as part of the capital budget in 2024, and they're scheduled tentatively for construction in 2026.
For all of Walden?
My understanding is yes, all of Walden.
And so in terms of the requirement of the builder, the developer, in terms of the street itself, there's a reference, I think, to this street being semi-urban cross-section?
Yes, and what's meant by that is it currently has ditches on part of it.
And so would that change in the future with a reconstruction in 2026, if it's approved by council?
I honestly don't know what the final layout would be. That would be something that we would have to follow up with our engineering group on.
Would you have any sense of how long it would take to deal with the infrastructure upgrades necessary in order to remove a holding provision if council were to approve this development subject to a hold?
How long it would take to address all this infrastructure?
Is it safe to say that that's not going to happen before 2026?
I'm in the planning department, not in engineering or operations, so I would be making an assumption. I would say at the
Don't even make
three years minimum, if not longer than that.
No, I think it's refreshing that you want to stay in your lane. There's a lot of that. I'm even accused of periodically getting out of my lane, so I wouldn't want you to go there. I've got some other questions that I think I'll save for the report. Yeah, I'll save for the report, or I'll save for the agent. Thank you very much, Mr. Hare.
Thank you.
That then takes us to the proponent or the proponent's agent, if we wish to address council. And that would be Mr. White. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thanks very much for your time, your worship, and members of council. Good. Okay, Aaron has covered the majority of the just basic aspects of the development, and I don't want to waste your time going over a lot of it, so I'll go relatively quickly. So the summary is for 14 townhouses on this property. It is a very logical location for the residential development as proposed. It has previously been used as a parking lot, having dug a little bit on it to put the signs in. It's all gravel, and had been there with the region biological staff and verified that there are no environmental features on the property warranting preservation or anything. It is a logical location, and the density that is proposed is very close to what is permitted on the property as of right, and presents, in my opinion, a very logical transition from the single detached dwellings on the north side to the commercial development that is on the south side. So it makes sense to me to have townhomes at this location, which complements the density suggested for provincial planning policy, as well as regional and municipal planning policy, to increase the density. And what I believe here is does work very well. The basics here, well, with the size of the frontage, they're quite deep lots, 38 meters in depth, well over 100 feet. And it previously has been approved as a 9-lot subdivision, which has since been deemed, but it has historically been planned to be residential and currently zoned as residential. So it does make sense, as I'd mentioned before. And with the with the dwelling units proposed to be closer to the street, as was discussed with planning staff during the original design, allows for ample rear yards and good buffers. The area, I believe, we'll just skip over this, has been brought up by Aaron, and there's a lot of commercial development to the rear. The majority of the property is the back of the Beatty's parcel, and to the east and to the south of the easterly portion of the property is the Sobeys Plaza. So this is our draft plan of subdivision to create 3 blocks for subsequent part lot control for total of 14 street townhouses. No condo association or anything associated with this. It would just be straight up townhomes on the street, as is depicted on this concept plan here. So we do have the 14 lots. The deviations from the zoning, as was expressed, were for Unit 13 here, which is an interior lot, has a deficient lot area, a little bit, 171.5 square meters, whereas 200 square meters are required. Being interior, it's not really having an impact on any adjacent properties or anything like that. Somebody buying the property is going to know exactly what they're getting, and again, it's got a decent sized rear yard, and is also adjacent to 2 lots, 12 and 14, both of which substantially exceed the minimum lot area by design so as not to impede sight distances around that corner where Walden does bend, and provides a substantial buffer to the property just to the south. That is the property where the individual at the public open house did mention that they did want some buffering, and we agreed that we would put a fence up there, consult with them, also make sure that the landscape plan of sorts, there will be some landscaping right there right now. The majority of the vegetation on the property is pretty sparse. There are a couple of trees. The majority of the trees in the area, a lot of people are saying are providing some habitat and that type of thing, are off the property to the south on the Beatty's property and a small portion of the Sobeys Plaza. There's a few mostly scrubby stuff that's on the site. Again, the other deviation was this number 12 here has a 3 meters, whereas 4.5 is required. Note that is to the front porch. The porches were deemed to be desirable architectural features, and we wanted to have them there. If they were removed, we would comply, but we would rather not do that, as well as we've got a substantial amount of public right-of-way that's already vegetated there, so it's not like the landscape strip requirement is going to be noticeable or substantially different from anything else that is along the street. And again, the overall density, we're quite close. The requirement is 35 units per hectare. We are at 37.8, which is a very marginal increase. I think any of these lots being removed would stand out more like a sore thumb than anything else. So this is the concept plan that has been prepared for the configuration of the units within the 3 blocks that are being created. Interior designs that were presented were conceptual. As your worship has mentioned, there were a couple of comments from building department staff. We're not seeking their approval at this time, but by such time as we will in the future, they will be resolved. The garages will be modified so that they will provide adequate space for a parking space, so that each individual unit will have 2 parking spaces exceeding the requirement. So you could have 1 in the garage and a visitor in the driveway. And frankly, at this location, you could also have another one on the driveway, which would be in the municipal right-of-way, but that wouldn't normally count as a dedicated parking space, but it would physically be able to fit. Zoning, as was pointed out, is R1. There's R2 all along the southwesterly portion of Walden, where it curves down towards Garrison, and all commercial to the south. That little portion, the extension southerly of Hospitality Drive, that it used to be an old road allowance, it no longer is. It is now owned by the Sobeys Plaza, so it is commercial use. There's no access to it. It's just basically vacant space right now, but there's no intention for that to be used for any purpose. We do not own it and will not be developing it. And I certainly, has been presented in the planning justification report, believe that the proposal is consistent with all of the relevant planning documents, policy documents from the province, the region, and the municipality itself. I'll just leave it at that and field any questions that you may have.
Thanks very much, Mr. White. Councillor Noyes.
Yes, are there going to be any sidewalks in front of this?
We'll leave that up to the town. The current suggestion is that we would provide funding to be provided, to be implemented by the town once the comprehensive design has been done for the entire street.
Okay, the reason I'm asking this is again so we don't land up with the same problem we've heard about earlier, in that people think they have this great big long driveway and the sidewalk goes in and half the driveway's gone. But you mentioned earlier that there should be adequate parking for 2 cars regardless of the, not using the town property, so to speak.
That is correct.
Okay.
Any other members of council? So, Mr. White, I have a few questions. I wonder if you could go back to the slide that had the plan. That's it. So just the minimum landscaping, this complies, minimum landscaped area, but there's a provision with respect to, I thought it had to do with 3 meters or 4.5 meters, and is that just with respect to the one parcel, or is it all along Walden?
All of them, the worst case is 3 meters versus 4.5. There's a requirement for a landscape strip in the front yard, and we're proposing that we allow the porch to be in the front yard, which, seems to be the most logical design feature there.
Is that on all of the parcels?
It does vary. The minimum is for unit number 12, which is 3 meters landscape strip on the property itself up to the front of the porch.
So the rear yard for the houses that face north on Walden, units 1 to 11, what's the size of the rear yard there? It seems to be fairly large.
It's very substantial. It's well over 50 feet.
Yeah, I believe the staff indicated it's more than 17 meters.
Yeah.
So it's well over 50 feet. So why couldn't you just move those back 1.5 meters so that you've got the planting strip in the front?
We could. Really, the design, being closer to the street, is usually sought as being preferable. Eyes on the street for public safety, being more pedestrian friendly, being up at the front.
Well, that might be the case. I guess, I don't know why we would have the zoning requirement if it's preferable otherwise. And moving it back 1.5 meters, I shouldn't think would really take away from people's ability to see the street, have eyes on the street.
Yeah, but to be blunt, it's a stupid requirement.
So we get a lot of developers coming in and agents for developers telling us that our plans aren't correct, and I'm not going to get into that. In terms of units 12 to 14, again, there's some deficiency in the zoning requirements. And I'm not going to presume that you're going to tell me that they're also out to lunch. Why couldn't you consider putting in a duplex there? That also deals with your density issue. So instead of having 3 units, you've got 2. You wouldn't have any problems with respect to setbacks, and you'd also have no problem with respect to density. So you'd more or less comply more closely with the zoning that's being proposed.
Yeah, there were other solutions that we were looking at to just avoid some of, because of the odd nature of this portion of the property, including, rather than simple rectangular units on the end, sort of pie-shaped pieces, having more L-shaped units. We considered that, whereas we could get comparable or more square footage and avoid some of these other issues. Could it possibly be a duplex? I would say that is a possibility. It would be a huge parcel for a duplex.
Well, it looks to be a too small a parcel for 3 units. So I don't know, that's the only reason I raised that. And then I noticed that each of these units is going to have 3 bedrooms. And they seem to be a reasonable size. They look like they're about 15, by the time you take into account 2 stories, it look like about 1,500 to 1,700 square feet.
In that range, yeah.
But each of them has 3 bedrooms, and each of them has 3 washrooms. So a washroom for each bedroom, plus a powder room downstairs. That considering the amount of time you spend in a washroom, that seems to be kind of wasted space. Any comment on that, or should I stay in my lane?
They are higher end residential units, although not mansions by any means, but frankly, this was deemed by the people in attendance at the public open houses to be very desirable with regard to a price point as well as a quality of a home.
What is the price point?
Around $750 is my recollection.
Okay, so these aren't affordable housing units.
No.
I mean, affordable for someone that has the resources, correct. In terms of the traffic, was there Has there been a traffic study done on this?
There has not. None was requested as part of pre-consultation or anything.
Yeah, okay, and I can ask staff about some future developments over on DiPietro as well, in that connection. And, okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wood. I appreciate your views on these things. You're very familiar with the local environment, and appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go then next to anyone who wishes to speak on behalf of the application other than the owner or the owner's agent. And Mr. Patton, would you please see if there's anyone in the digital waiting room on that?
Your worship. All right, there's one person in the waiting room, worship.
Would you?
Just gonna wait for your hand.
Okay, so if that person wishes to address council, they should put their hand up. If they're speaking in support of the application, if they're going to speak in opposition or ask questions, they can wait. Okay, so if there's no one else who wishes to speak in support, is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or to ask questions regarding the application? Please come forward, sir. Good evening, and can we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Dan Russo, and my wife and I live at 464 Walden Boulevard. We are directly on the corner of Hospitality Drive and Walden, directly across from units 4 to 5. I wasn't expecting to speak today, but some things have been brought up where I have a concern, and that is parking. Walden Boulevard is a two-way street, and at the immediate time, there is no parking on that street. All of the homeowners, we all park in our driveways. There's no room to park on the street at Walden Boulevard and have cars go by. There's just no room. So I'm hearing that these are going to be 3-bedroom units. Could be 3 cars to a household. Where are the cars going to go when they have family or friends visiting them? There's no room on our street for parking. That's my concern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russo. Do any members of council have any questions of Mr. Russo? Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
Yeah, and through you, thank you very much for coming forward, Mr. Russo. I'm always glad when residents do. I'm actually quite familiar. I know the previous owners who had the house before you bought it there, so I know who lived there, and it's nice to see who's living there now. So you have a 2-car driveway at your house?
Oh, no, there's more than 2 cars.
Okay.
In our driveway.
Right.
My concern is not about my driveway and friends coming over. It's the adjacent, it's the adjacent houses that are being proposed to be built.
Right. But you, right now, you have the ability to park 2 cars side by side on your driveway, and then also, more than likely, with, because there's no sidewalk there, you can park 2 cars in behind. So you can get about 4 in your driveway, and you got a garage there too, so, if you're like Councillor Christensen or the mayor, and you park your car in there, you can get a few extra cars.
Yeah, we don't.
Right. I don't either. If you have visitors who come over who exceed that, do they go to Hospitality Drive, or?
It's never happened.
Okay. Okay.
My concern is the dwellings across the street. When you've got 3 units in each of those houses, or 3 bedrooms in each of those houses, potential for 3 cars in a house, or family and friends. Where are they going to park? There's no parking on the street. No room for parking on the street.
Okay. My opinion's slightly different, but I appreciate where you're coming from.
It's a two-lane street, 2 ways.
I know.
And a ditch. So,
I know. Very familiar. Thank
okay.
you.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you. Mayor Redekop, through you to I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Dan Russo.
When you're saying there's no parking on the street, you're saying people shouldn't park on the street or they can't?
Right
park
now,
on the street?
there's a field across the street, and there's our house. And there's never been any parking there before. And like I said, there's just a 2-lane road with if there was cars parked on either side, there wouldn't be two-way traffic. They'd have to stop, let the car go through in order to get around the car that's parked.
But there are not.
There's no signs.
There are no signs. Okay, thank you.
There's no signs. I'm just envisioning, a potential hazard in my eyes, a problem.
Are you aware that you can't park within 1.2, I think, meters of a driveway on the road?
No.
The reason I'm bringing that is that if there is going to be additional cars, it will be on the opposite side of the street. It won't be on the side of the buildings.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
But it's only a 2-lane road. So you put a car there, it's no longer, you're impeding the traffic. That's what you're doing, because it's no longer a clear way for the cars to travel.
Anything further, Councillor Noyes?
Nothing further.
Anyone else? And just, you have a ditch in front of your house?
We do.
And that ditch runs the length of the north side of Walden?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you did hear, or maybe not, that the town is contemplating reconstructing Walden Boulevard?
By removing that ditch?
I don't know what the plan is for the reconstruction, but that's something that council is going to be asked to consider, possibly this budget upcoming 2024.
Okay.
So that's, obviously, these are things that would need to be taken into consideration as we consider this application.
Okay.
Anything further, Mr. Rousseau?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council with respect to this application? Are you Mrs. Rousseau? Yes. This is how my wife and I lasted 47 years. When she wants to speak,
I'm like
she
whispering as
speaks.
he's walking up.
And your name is?
Mary Rousseau.
Okay, and you live at the same address?
Correct.
Go ahead.
I'm just thinking about the condition of the road is pretty bad. Yes, and like what's all this gonna do to the road? Like, is the road gonna get repaved because of, like, people do fly down our road, like they use it as a cutoff, like, oh, I don't want to go through the stoplight, so I'm going to go down Walden Boulevard as fast as I can. And I'm just thinking how many more people are going to be, like, not using it as a cutoff, but just more traffic on the road. So, and I see a lot of people walking and running down the street, and there is no sidewalk, so I don't walk or run, but I think people that do that would like to have a sidewalk.
Yeah,
So-
no, I think that's fair enough, and that's something that would be required. The other point is that this development can't proceed until some of the wastewater infrastructure issues have been dealt with. Who knows how long that will be, but I don't
Okay.
think it's going to be imminent. However, are there any members of council that have any questions? Thank you very much for your comments. I'm familiar with the area as well, and you're right, the road condition actually acts as traffic calming, in case any of you wanted to.
I can't believe people like take their cars down that road that fast, actually, but
It is, yeah, and that's quite dangerous. Thank you very much, Mrs. Russo.
thank you very much. And I don't know, like the guy came that owned it and was like cutting stuff down, and now everything just looks terrible. Like,
It's been cleared?
it's kind of cleared. It's kind of a mess now. Like,
Yeah.
is somebody gonna, finish clearing it, or are they just gonna leave it like kind of half?
Is listening to that, so that's something that he may want to take under advisement. In terms
It
of-
looks horrible.
And the
Like, and he
developer-
kept saying, oh, it was a mistake, and I don't know exactly what the mistake was, but
Yeah,
it was concerning that,
maybe that you saw.
yeah, so,
Okay, so Both the agent for the developer and our staff member, Mr. Hare, have heard what you've said about these items. Is there anything further that you wish to add?
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Mrs. Rousseau. Is there anyone else that wishes to address council? Mr. White, I think what we'll do is we'll let you speak to staff about your issues. You've heard what has been said, and we know that there's some plans for upgrades to that road at some point.
Your worship, it was just with regard to the quality of the road.
Yes.
A comment was made by infrastructure services that due to the number of connections for water and sewer, it would be total
Reconstruction.
repaving of the entire section, not just little slots.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anyone else that wishes to address council with respect to this matter? Mr. Patton, could you see if the individual who was in the waiting room wishes to address council on this matter?
Give it a second, Your Worship.
Okay. There's one person there and his person's not raised his or her hand?
Not yet.
Okay. So, Madam Deputy Clerk, have we received any additional information from anyone regarding this application?
No additional comments, Mayor Redekop.
Okay. See any hands up, Mr. Patton?
None, Your Worship.
Then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and that's going to take us to the report relative to this application for an amendment to the zoning bylaw. And Councillor Christensen, I understand you have the resolution.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that Council receives for information purposes report number PDS 55-2023 regarding a proposed zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision 40-10417 Walden Boulevard.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow, Councillor Noyes, and Councillor Flagg.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. This is more of a comment with regard to the servicing constraints that have been identified and the challenge that we're going to be facing in that particular area of town. And with some of, and you know, speaking to the wider point of the provincial drive to get more houses built, and this is one of our main commercial corridors where it makes sense to get some intensification and some, regardless of the belt form, that this is where, if you're going to build housing that people can walk to the store, walk to, live comfortably that way, that this is kind of the neighborhood, at least one of the neighborhoods in town where we want to do that. So irrespective of this report itself, and this is of course an information report, so we're going to be coming back, is there any opportunity for us to get a report from staff on the servicing constraint, the applications that are currently affected by this, whether development charges, basically a whole overview of how this is going to impact this area of town, what kind of timeline we're looking at, because this could put a real cramp on some of our density and intensification goals that we're trying to do in this particular neighborhood here, and it's particularly concerning for me. And I'm just wondering if that's something we can look at in a wider, more broad way, rather than just this specific application itself. And I'm just wondering if that's something we can get back.
Yeah, Mr. McQueen, this is an issue that has been discussed, and I presume that council will be getting some information with respect to the issues relative to this. What is the town's responsibility? What is the region's responsibility? What kind of funding can we expect from those who are promoting development in this area?
Through you to Councillor Dubanow. There may be some volume of work in terms of addressing the specific questions that you have, and that's not to diminish the importance of getting answers to them. We've certainly had a lot of discussions internally regarding this very issue. It is somewhat complicated as well because some of the implication is on the region as well as the town. And so master servicing plans currently under review or currently going under review certainly implicate this type of development and implications with the servicing requirements within that grid. And so we'll take it away. We'll have several staff involved in that, and maybe we can summarize with a memo back to you the kind of work that might be involved in some of the timelines, because some of it would time better with some comprehensive master servicing plan work with the region. But there may be specific ones that may have a shorter time frame if they're less impacted by some of the servicing requirements. So that's something we can take back. There is quite a few development applications that would be impacted by these types of changes. So we just want to make sure we're clear with that on our own side and be able to give you back a comprehensive response.
Oh, and through your worship, thank you very much, Mr. McQueen, for that. And a memo would be a good place to start. I understand that there's a lot of hands in the cookie jar, so to speak, on this particular issue, PDS, the planning and development, infrastructure services, multiple levels of government. It's just the more information we can be provided, the better, because there's going to be a development charges bylaw review that's coming up. The master servicing plans with the region. We've got our own official plan coming up. The more information that council and the public have on this challenge would be better, and it would also allow us to adequately and better defend the challenges municipalities are facing with the province and certain federal representatives, if you will. Municipalities are often not the barrier. There are other challenges that we face. This is a perfect example of challenges that we face that we need to get all hands on deck on if we're going to go forward and actually fulfill these obligations that the province is placing on us. So a memo would be fantastic, and hopefully we can move from there, get some more information, formulate a plan, and start looking on how we do this. So those were my only comments. I'll let the rest of council speak with regards to the information report and the recommendation that comes back. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Actually, it was regarding the wastewater. But I do have a question. On all the building on the south side of Garrison Road, does this come into play at all with the wastewater, or is that on a separate system?
So there are a number of catchment areas, and there are a number of pumping stations. All the pumping stations, all of the sewage east of Thompson Road, as I understand it, eventually finds its way to the Catherine Street pumping station. So the Lakeshore Road pumping station, everything in between. So the more development that takes place in that area, the more sewage has to go through the pumping station. So the pumping station has to have capacity. The Niagara Avenue treatment plant has to have capacity, which it has. The upgrade to Catherine Street is to increase its capacity, but in order to get the flows to Catherine Street, there have to be upgrades to the system, and that's what this peer review of the functional servicing report was all about in this report.
So if I can take from that answer, then the buildings that are going up on the south side of Garrison, the one I'm thinking of is Gilmore Lodge, the new Gilmore
Well, that's
Lodge.
already had wastewater sewage allocated. So there's no allocation made until a building permit is applied for.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. So that's already been allocated.
But there's a big but there, is that yes, Gilmore Lodge is, but it's going to be, from what I understand, it's going to be associated with other buildings, like Aging in Place, a number of other larger apartment buildings for a retirement village, basically, I guess, is also planned for that site.
Right.
And I'm just wondering how that's going to affect that.
Well, that's why it's important for the region to move forward with its master servicing plan. And it's not just Fort Erie. It's every municipality that's experiencing growth is being faced with the same pressures. So the city of St. Catharines, as an example, is putting holds on a lot of its development applications because it needs to deal with similar issues that have been identified for us. Right now, we just want to make sure that we've identified the problem and we're going to be addressing the problem, because this is a constraint on development. The CEO and I spoke earlier today, and we're in the process of arranging a meeting with senior staff here and senior staff at the region, because I don't know that the region has a full appreciation of the constraints. So it's not just the pumping station, it's whatever gets sewage to the pumping stations, and then there are long-term implications with respect to capacity. Crystal Beach has limited capacity right now, and as you know, there's a lot of development that's being allocated there. So, yeah, there are lots of challenges that need to be addressed.
Thank you.
Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. We increasingly talk about the increases in costs of labor and so forth, and we have a situation here that we're willing to take money in lieu or cash in lieu of putting in sidewalks that may not be put in for another 5 or 6 years, and the price increases that much more. We do the same when it comes to parkland and cash for parkland, and then we go to try to buy parkland, and it's exceptionally expensive, and we're not able to afford it. I'd like staff to consider we're able to have the contractors put the sidewalks in at their cost currently, and our infrastructure then can hook up to those when the time comes. It just seems to be much more logical that that money is there, and or that effort is there now, and that the money doesn't sit and not earn enough interest for us to ultimately put that effort in, and it costs the taxpayers money. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense, and that's why I asked the question. But if the road is going to be upgraded and we're going to be dealing with that, it doesn't make much sense. Correct. Now, if we were to approve this development, when it's going to be built, subject to the holding provision, I'm not sure, but I can't imagine that it would be before the reconstruction. However, perhaps the condition would be, either the sidewalk is constructed if they're allowed to proceed after the reconstruction of the road, or they provide us with money in lieu so that we've got that money. Either way, I shouldn't think it's going to be, if we approve the reconstruction and the schedule is design 2024 or 5 and construction in 2026, I can't imagine that this is going to be a proceeding before then. But, Mr. Stojanovic, you're here. I don't know if you're familiar with what the timetable might be for the reconstruction of Walden. Don't want to put you on the spot, and if you don't know, that's fine. That's information that we can get.
Mayor Redekop, I don't know the timeline. I don't have it in front of me.
You say you don't, but you'll confirm? Yeah, okay, so that's fine. That can be part of the recommendation report. Mr. Flagg, that'll be part of the recommendation report. Mr. Hare, you've heard the conversation, so you can deal with that. Anyone else? Councillor Christensen.
Through you, Your Worship, I just would like to ask that the memo that was discussed with respect to Councillor Dubanow and this and adjacent properties also cover the same kinds of potentials and issues for Crystal Beach, Ridgeway, and Stevensville, because Councillor Lewis and I met specifically about Crystal Beach and Ridgeway on the weekend with 2 representatives of the residents, and that specific issue about that big picture infrastructure component of planning was a significant portion of our discussion.
Mr. McQueen? You can expand the memo to include, really, you should be looking at the town, wherever the development is taking place. We need to make sure we've got infrastructure.
Yeah, and I think that, through the chair, I think there were a few other comments with some other details that we would look to reference as well, and the mayor's added some additional, the development charge review and a few others that would be implicated as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Hare, I had a question with respect to the traffic. So there's going to be 14 new units. I presume that there's some understanding that there'll be development over on DiPietro Street. We know that we've already approved some condos at the corner of Murdoch and DiPietro. And I don't know whether planning staff has received any information about what a development might take place where the Italo-Canadian Hall currently stands, which has recently been sold. Do you have any knowledge of that?
At this time, I don't know.
Okay, so is it possible to take a look at what traffic implications may be with respect to some other developments in that area, DiPietro in particular? and how that might affect the neighborhood? Is that possible?
I can always discuss it with our engineering department and see how we can address that in the recommendation report coming back.
And just to confirm, you're going to be speaking to the engineering department about the traffic control at that intersection of Walden and Murdoch?
That is currently on I forget the name of that committee. It's going September 13th.
Coordinating committee?
Yes, it's going to the September 13th meeting to be discussed there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, then I'm going to call the question on this resolution. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That takes us to the consent agenda. Are there any items in the consent agenda that anyone wishes removed? Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship, just bear with me. I just have to bring the item up here. 11.2.6, I'd like to remove.
Okay. So, Councillor Flagg, you have the resolution. Is there any other items? Councillor Flagg, you have the resolution, so if you could move the council agenda with the exception of 11.2.6.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott. The council approves the consented agenda with the exception of 11.2.6 as recommended.
Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Noyes.
Yes, I wanted to talk about 11.2.2, the CN Rail Safety Week. I live in a rural area, so we have a lot of crossings on the road on that end. Many of the wood ties are so disintegrated, they basically don't need to be there because they're just rotted completely. I know we have brought this to the attention of CN a number of times, and with, as far as I can see, little progress in alleviating the situation. I know I've mentioned it to Kelly a few times. It comes up at our infrastructure meetings on a regular basis about the condition of some of these rail crossings, how bad they are. And I'm hoping it's not, like they are, it's an accident waiting to happen. With the wood pretty much been disintegrated, what's highest point is the rail itself. So somebody in the dark on a motorcycle or something like that goes over this crossing, they're gonna hit it, they're gonna go flying. Most people who live in the area know to basically crawl over these areas, but there's a lot of people that may not be aware of how bad that situation is, and it really does need to be addressed. And I know the town has done a fairly comprehensive study a while ago in regards to safety and allowing the train whistles to stop and things like that. That's another issue. But what came up with that too is that the sight lines are supposed to be, I can't remember how many, whether it's 60 meters or something. I don't have the exact number. And I can drive you guys to any one of these. I can find numerous rail crossing again where the sight lines, where there are no lights, there's really nothing to warn people that the sight line, other than actually seeing the train, that you're not going to be able to see because the sight lines are so bad because of the underbrush and the trees that are growing up about it. Again, that was presented a while ago, and that was I understood, if it was last year or the year before, was a big thing for CN, that they were going to try to improve the sight lines on these road crossings. And to be perfectly honest, I haven't seen any huge improvements in Ward 6 on any of them. I could be wrong, I didn't check every one of them. But I think they talk about Rail Safety Week, and it is very important. And I'm just wondering how we can get CN to perhaps be more proactive and actually looking at their own safety requirements and seeing if some of the crossings that we have meet that criteria, and if they don't, make some definite plans to correct them.
Mr. Stojanovic, is this something that you could take up with, or have Mr. Waltz take up with CN?
Yes, we certainly could in regards to the sight lines, and as well to Councillor Noyes' point on some of the crossings. Just as an update, CN will be completing some rehabilitation work at their crossings at two locations. One's on Pettit, one's on East Ave. So those two will be completed along with Stevensville Road. So that work is anticipated to be completed kind of mid to end September.
Councillor Noyes?
While they're in the area, Cider Road crossing is actually worse than both those two that you just mentioned. Granted, it does not have the traffic that the other two roads have, but Cider Road, the crossing is unbelievably in bad shape. Maybe they want to go take a look at that when they're down.
So, Mr. Stojanovic, I'm going to leave that to you to, there are a number of rural crossings, and I think we did some weed whacking out on Cider Road a couple of summers ago, or one of the roads north of Bowen Road. And you're right, it's not a lot of traffic, but it only takes one vehicle. Anything further, Councillor Noyes?
Nothing further, thank you.
Any other members of council? Then I'm going to call the question on the consent agenda as amended. All those in favor? And opposed, that is carried. And then Councillor Flagg, could you read in a resolution with respect to item 11.2.6, please?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that council approves 11.2.6 as recommended.
That item is on the floor. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So I had an opportunity to read over the, I think it was 11 pages, and I actually did make a point of reading it in detail, spending time looking at things that were said. I'm just wondering, do we have a final total on what the billing were for this investigation, what this costs a municipality?
Mr. Jansen, would we have that?
Through you, Mayor Redekop, we do have that information, that invoice. And just bringing it up. The total of the invoice was $17,280.53.
Okay, so
1,280.
$17,280.53.
Thank you. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you. So $17,000 and change. Just some more comments with regard to the process. And I'm a big supporter of having a method to actually hold elected representatives' feet to the fire. I think it's super important. It's particularly important in municipal government because this is a community we live in. We don't travel to Ottawa or another city where the seat of government is. We know people. We have business dealings with each other. So the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act and that form of integrity is very important. And I often remiss about things that appear to happen at higher levels of government that if a municipal councillor engaged in would have them thrown out of office, and yet, and rightfully, in my opinion, yet it appears that these things seem to go on almost as a matter of routine at these higher levels of government, and it's not just the one level, it's both. With respect to this, and I encourage all residents to read this. I know it's kind of long and a lot of legalese and a lot of back and forth, but I think it's important for residents to read this because when push comes to shove, we're elected to council. We have not everyone shares the same opinion. That's why we have elections, and it's concerning to me to see at least what appears to be in this report, using a process for a difference of a political opinion when, at least in my opinion, the venue for that should be on election day. So that's why I wanted to separate this. That's why I wanted to comment on it. We don't get many of these reports very often here in Fort Erie, and I think it's with good reason. I think all of us here we take this job very seriously, the ethics involved in it. I have no question about the ethics and the character of my colleagues here on council. So it's unfortunate to see $17,000 spent on something like this. I'm glad we have that. I just wish it was not in this circumstance. So that's why I separated this, and I wanted to get those comments out, Your Worship. Thank you.
Anyone else? All those in favor of the recommendation to receive? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to PDS 54, I think. Let me just check my agenda. Yeah, PDS 54, 2023, and Councillor Noyes, you have the resolution for that.
And thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lewis, that council authorizes the initiation of a review and amendment to bylaw number 60-04, a bylaw to regulate the destruction, injury, and harvesting of trees in the town of Fort Erie in accordance with the Municipal Act of Ontario, as outlined in report number PDS 54-2023. And further, the council authorizes staff to initiate discussions with external agencies, example, the Niagara Region, NPCA, regarding coordination approaches.
Any questions or comments, Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm speaking a lot this evening, and I feel like I'm monopolizing the microphone, but I apologize. I'm very happy to see this report, and thank you very much, Your Worship, for moving the original motion to bring this forward. I think there's some great information in here to start the process. With regard to the options regarding the regulation of woodlots, I don't think it's an either-or. I think there are contexts and situations where each one of those can apply. There might be situations where an individual tree on a private piece of property of a certain size, we should have some regulation for that, and then have wider regulations for woodlots and other matters regarding clear cutting. I also like the reference to heritage trees. Hopefully you have an opportunity to look at scientifically significant trees or other things of that nature. But I think this is a great process. I like the timeline we have coming forward, and looking forward to seeing what comes up with the actual proposed report and bylaw. And that's all I have to say about that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow, and I'm relieved that we're keeping you happy. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Again, I'm in favor of this report, but one thing I wish I did see, because I know I'm going to get asked, I get asked this already, is that can I chop down the tree in my yard? Or do I need to go to the town and things like that? And I say, yes, you can chop down a tree or two trees in your lot, and that's fun, as long as it's not historical or it's not on town property, as long as it is your tree. But go in this report, it's a very well-written report, but I think sometimes an example of what you can do should also be in it. Like, yes, you can chop down a tree in your property, or yes, you can, what you can do. I know we all want to save every tree, but if they have to keep asking staff, okay, can I chop down this tree in my backyard, that it takes up staff time, and on top of that, if they can't chop down the tree, then we're adding an additional cost to the individual who has to have an arborist come and has to have this and has to have that. There's reasons people chop down trees, and they're good reasons. And some trees should be chopped down. And I think if we become too overbearing in regards to trees, there's more than one way, and I mean this tongue in cheek, there's one way to kill a tree. Like, if you want that tree gone, it'll be gone. So I think we have to kind of be, I meant that in the nicest way.
Councillor Noyes, there will be, as in the current bylaw, there will be exemptions, and this whole thing, I presume, would be well publicized, whatever we decide to adopt after we've received a report, had the consultations, had some public consultation. I'm sure that there will be adequate education to prevent what your concern is.
And I don't doubt that, but I think sometimes we do have to also not just say what you can't do. I think sometimes we also have to tell them what they can do. And I think that's sometimes missing in the real, we talk about what you can't do, but I keep repeating myself. But yeah, you can chop down a tree in your backyard as long as it's not historical or whatever species that you can't chop down. But anyway.
You're already starting to modify your answer. So anyways, anyone else? So Ms. Delwaria, I agree with Councillor Noyes. This is a very good report that Ms. Daniels has prepared. The only comment I would make is that when we're advertising this, there is an inadvertent reference to Fort Erie Times. I'm sure it's either the Post or the Observer, so you might want to make sure that Ms. Daniels is aware that the Times is gone. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? None opposed. That is carried. That then takes us to PDS 56. And Councillor Lewis, you have the resolution on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Christensen that Council approves the amendment to the town's zoning bylaw number 12990 as detailed in report number PDS 56/2023 for the lands known as 3303 Dominion Road, and further that Council approve the draft plan of subdivision dated January the 28th, 2023, showing 2 blocks for a total of 13 townhouse dwellings and 1 block intended for a common elements condominium as illustrated in Appendix 2 of Report PDS 56/2023 in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act RSO 1990 CP 13 and the regulations thereunder, subject to the conditions contained in Appendix 3 of Report PDS 56/2023, and further, the Council approved the draft plan of Common Elements Condominium dated March 13th, 2023, showing 1 block for Common Elements as illustrated in Appendix 4 of Report Number PDS 56/2023, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act RSO 1990 CP 13 and the regulations thereunder, subject to the conditions contained in Appendix 5 of the Report Number PDS 56/2023, and further that Council directs staff to circulate the condominium draft plan of approvals in Appendix 3 and Appendix 5 of Report Number PDS 56/2023 to the applicable agencies in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act, and further that Council directs staff to submit the necessary zoning bylaw amendment.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Quick comment, I'm generally pleased to see some of the changes that they propose, larger rear yard areas and landscaping. My question, though, is more administrative in nature, and I'm just wondering, are we planning on having this as a 3033 Dominion Road address with unit numbers, or are we planning on doing something similar to what we have in the Mars subdivision with individual, even though they're private streets, they have unique names. I believe also the Oak subdivision, the roads in there for the townhomes, even though they're private roads for the condominiums, they have unique names. And the reason I say that is because we already have one multi-unit 3033 in Fort Erie, and I'm sure as everyone has heard, 3033 Town Line Road in Stevensville is a multi-unit property with individual numbers, and it also has internal street names. And I'm just thinking, just for staff's purposes, it may be confusing if we have a bunch of 3033s with unit numbers attached, even though they're different streets. You've got emergency services, people unfamiliar with the town. It could cause some confusion. So I'm just wondering if staff have given any thought to that at all.
So Councillor Dubanow, the report indicates that there's going to be a name for that little street. So I'm presuming that the numbers will be in relation to that street. Ms. Dilwaria, do you have information on that?
Your Worship, that's the correct information. If you look at the conditions for the draft plan approval, condition number 6 states about the private street would be named to the satisfaction of the town.
Anything further, Councillor Dubanow? Anyone else? Councillor Christensen.
Through you, Your Worship. Briefly, I was very pleased to see that the discussion, that this plan reflects the discussion and comments that residents and council made. And yes, that the rear yards are significantly increased, which will make it, I think will enhance the living experience for the people there. So, and there are provisions for additional trees. So I think it given the size of the lot and the approach taken, it is a significant improvement over the first plan that we saw. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam Deputy Clerk, who's the acting mayor or the mayor that I can hand the chair over to?
Councillor Christensen.
Councillor?
Christensen.
Okay, she's already spoken. Councillor McDermott, can I hand it to you? I just have a few comments here. I had a conversation with our Director of Planning earlier today about this. Well, it was mostly a soliloquy, me talking and her listening. And she did, she's very wise in many respects, and she's very experienced, and I think that she and her team are doing a very commendable job. And I really like the new staff that she has working for her. They're all, there are people in life who take energy, and there are people in life who give energy. This group gives a lot of energy, and you can almost see the static in the air. The big challenge that we've always had, in my view, is making sure that our vision of how this community should grow is a vision that is aligned with the work that they're doing. And I think that they're doing a commendable job on that as well. And this particular development, there have been changes made, and that's commendable both on staff's part and the part of the developer and the developer's agent. And they've tried to do the best they can. It's still 10 pounds of sugar being stuffed into a 5-pound bag. And I look at this, I know, Ms. Dilwari, maybe you can advise me, there's a reference in the report that this development is going to provide affordable housing units for the market. And I don't believe any of these units are going to be affordable in the definition of affordable housing as a relation to income, is it, or do you have different information?
Your Worship, that's correct. It's not an affordable development as per the CHMC definition, but I believe it was included in the report with the idea that if it's a single-family home, the cost of having that house is significantly more as compared to a townhouse development. So it's affordable from that perspective, but you are correct that it's not affordable from CHMC perspective.
Your Worship.
Right, thank you. So I spent a lot of time thinking about this yesterday, and you know, I'm quite fortunate that I have in my backyard a swimming pool that's actually bigger than the rear yards in many of the houses that we're approving. Think about that. So that's, you know, as I expressed concern to Ms. Dilwaria, I'm having trouble getting with the program from the province. And I'm not sure that that's because of me or because that's because of flaws in the program. But I take a look at this type of development, and this isn't the only development, but I look at the number of units. I look at the size of the units. These units are 2-story, so they're presumably going to be attractive to young people who have just gotten married and plan to have a family. I look at the price of the units. The report talks about the units being close to open spaces. One is the recreation trail, and that's true, and that's a great facility in our community. The other one is Shagbark Trail, and that's also a great natural space. And when I was a kid, although those many decades ago, we played wherever. We didn't need a playground, but you know, nowadays, kids need playgrounds. Kids need splash pads. They need a bunch of stuff. This is 1.4 meters from Ridgeway Square, which has a splash pad, and it's probably further to Connolly Park in Thunder Bay, which has a playground. So there are going to be kids that are going to be growing up in this little development, presumably, and there'll come a time when the parents will say, you know what, the backyard, it's not big enough for our kids. They're no longer toddlers. We need to move someplace else, and that's great. and then, you know, hopefully somebody else will want to buy that unit. The other problem that I have is the number of townhouse units that we're now building. I informed Ms. Dilwaria that in 1998, there was not one townhouse in Fort Erie. I know that because Heinz Hummel came and asked. He was interested in putting up some townhouses. He had a plan for 3 blocks, 6 units per block, but he wasn't sure if they were going to go, so he wanted to know if he could phase them in, if council would be prepared to let him phase them in. And we did, because it was Heinz Hummel, who was the most reputable builder maybe the town has ever known, and he was a former mayor, and he would follow rules. We knew that. So he did, and then he got them going, and then the development on behind the beer store in Ridgeway on, what street is that? Disher? Yeah. Somebody came in, Gray Forest, I think Homes or whatever it was called, they came in, they put in 19 basements all at once. And so that's fine. So we've got, that's now part of our housing mix, and it's an attractive part of a housing mix. But we've also got a development that has just been put forward for 72 townhomes where the old Birdie Elementary School was. We've had other developments where it's been nothing but townhomes. And so we're going to get to a point where I think our housing mix is going to be skewered. It's going to be a lot of townhomes. I raise that because we did receive a letter from a resident who was interested in, you know, maybe we could be putting in some single-family homes, maybe apartment buildings. I'm advised that developers are reluctant to put up apartment buildings because maybe they can't get the return on investment, which kind of gets me back to where I started when I was thinking about this yesterday and the program. And our obligation, our loyalties here is to the people that live here. And to a great extent, and I've said this before, we are building housing units not for the people that live here, but for the people that are going to move here. And that has a whole bunch of repercussions as well. And yes, Councillor Dubanow, you pointed out to me one time that if you're from Toronto, as an example, a 6-meter backyard that's the size of my swimming pool, that's better than what they're coming from, because a young couple may be living in a condo unit and they've got a rooftop open space or green space. So this is something that's attractive to them. I get that. But it's not necessarily attractive if it's not affordable to the young people that live here, that are growing up here, that are trying to raise a family, or the seniors that are living in a single-family dwelling, maybe one or two of them, maybe only one, and they'd like to downsize if they could. They can't, because there's no place for them to downsize, which is why it's extremely important that if we can get an apartment building in Fort Erie on the north side of Garrison Road, that we need to really keep an eye on that, because that provides an opportunity for people to at least sell their home, open that up to younger people that maybe could afford that housing unit, and these older people then can live in something that's more affordable and more manageable for them. They stay in town, they're happy. The young person that can buy the house is happy, and I'm happy. And the real problem is, and it's not that we don't have lots of old houses in this community that are on small lots. You can go into any neighborhood in Fort Erie, whether it's downtown Ridgeway, whether it's Crystal Beach, whether it's, you know, any place on my way from Town Hall to my house and the various routes I take, I can see them. The bottom of Birdie Street, you know, these are smaller units. The houses, you know, in context, they're 2-story houses. The bottom of Birdie Street has probably 40-foot lots, 2-story houses. And they're in other parts of the town. So it's not, that isn't the problem. I guess it's the affordability, and it's the nature of what's being constructed. So I'm thinking that what's coming out of Toronto is homogeneous. And I'm assured by others that Fort Erie isn't the only, I'm not the only person who's got concerns about, you know, what's being built in accordance with the program that's coming out of Toronto. And I would feel a whole lot better if I believed that the program that's coming out of Queen's Park actually is going to help us to protect and preserve our natural heritage, which is what we really are interested in doing. And yet, I don't believe that, personally, I don't believe that Queen's Park, the people that are making these rules, care at all about natural heritage. If they did, they wouldn't be encroaching on the greenbelt when their own housing affordability task force tells them it's not necessary. So all of this to say that I advised Ms. Dilwaria that I'm going to support this development, this proposal, but I'm not going to support future applications that I think are too much sugar in the size of the bag. This development, the one that we just had the proposal here on Walden, they can meet the density targets just by reducing by 1 unit. They could put up, they could do a number of things. And we don't get one of these developments where the zoning is to be changed, they're given the zoning that would best suit this, and then we've got a bunch of modifications. And Ms. Dilwaria says to me, it's really no comfort, we're never going to get an application for development where there isn't a request to modify the zoning that they're being told they could go to. You know, I think it's important to be flexible. I have a great respect for the one agent who was here and told us that that particular provision in our zoning bylaw is ridiculous, or whatever he said. Well, then I guess maybe we should be changing our zoning, but we did that years ago. Councillor McDermott, you and I were on the council where we changed zoning because developers kept wanting to change one of the R2s or whatever. So we changed it. And what happened? In a very short period of time, they would go for that zoning, but they wanted variances. They wanted changes made to that. So I get it. We need houses. And business people try to make money. I get all of that. But ultimately, when it's all said and done, when we look back on the growth of this community, the people that make the decisions that are sitting at this table, we're the ones who are responsible for it. And I'm not suggesting that we all have the same vision or that we all agree on everything, but I have to account for myself. So when I have to look back in the years ahead, if I have time to look back and say that that's something that I was responsible for, I want it to be something that I can be proud of and feel that it was a benefit to the community. So, as I said, just to repeat myself, I'm going to support this, but I'm going to have a great deal of difficulty going forward supporting things that I don't think really are reflective of what this community needs. Thank you, Councillor McDermott, for letting me rant, and thank you, Ms. Dilwaria, for giving me the go-ahead.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Councillor McDermott. My one concern, other than what the mayor said, is that this proposal does ask for stacked townhouses. And I think we had said in the past that we're not crazy about stacked townhouses. So I'm concerned that we're setting a precedent that we're allowing stacked townhouses.
Not this one.
It's not this one?
No.
Okay, I'll hold that to the next one.
Councillor Christensen.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the mayor. I had a somewhat similar conversation with Ms. Dilwaria after yours, and the comments I made tonight were reflective of the fact that we are at a certain process, but I would thoroughly agree that going forward, having the review of the official plan will enable us to articulate the vision more clearly and hopefully provide and negotiate a clearer direction with better verbiage. It's never going to be perfect, but yeah. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else before I call the question? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. That then takes us to PDS 58, and that's Councillor Dubanow. You have the resolution. Sorry, did I miss one? sorry, say that again. Oh, right, I had the memo. Yes. So there needs to be an amendment. And, right. You can, with respect to the conditions. I'm sorry. So, Councillor Lewis, you were going to do an amendment? Okay. You're sitting beside me so that when I go off on a tangent, and Councillor McDermott wouldn't have known of that, and I handed over the chair, so I apologize. Yes, so, you know what? So Councillor McDermott, I should give the chair back to you to finalize this, and there was an email that was sent out. The region had requested a couple of modifications, one to condition 21 and one to condition 22. Councillor Lewis has the, so I'll give the chair back to you, and you can let him move the amendment.
This is the amendments, condition 21 and 22, correct? Condition, so I'd like to move the amendment that condition 21, the owner dedicate 6.0 meters by 6.0 meters daylight triangles at the corner of Regional Road Number 1, Dominion Road, and the private road to Niagara Region. And new condition that the owners dedicate 6.0 meters daylight triangles easement at the corners of Ridgeway Road 1, Dominion Road, and the private road to Niagara Region. And further, that the owner dedicate 0.3 meters reserves to the regional municipality of Niagara within Block 3 exclusive of the driveway. I think there was one more in the back. Only the new condition? Okay, so I will repeat this from the top. The amendment be for the new condition 21, that the owner dedicate 6.0 meters by 6.0 meters daylight triangle easement at the corner of Regional Road 1, Dominion Road, and the private road to Niagara Region.
22.
And that the owner dedicate 0.3 meters reserved to the regional municipality of Niagara within Block 3 exclusive of the driveway.
It's the new one.
And that the owner dedicate 0.3 meters reserved to the regional municipality of Niagara within Block 3 exclusive of driveway and required servicing encroachments if applicable and to the satisfaction of the region of Niagara. Last. Are we all clear? Oh.
Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Christensen, comments or questions? We'll vote on the amendment. All in favor? Now, you want to run that by as amended? Okay. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carry. Back to you, Your Worship.
I did my best to confuse you, Councillor McDermott, and Councillor Lewis assisted. Okay. Can I now proceed, Madam Deputy Clerk? Okay. So, PDS 58, that's Councillor Dubanow. You have that resolution.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes that Council authorizes the entry into a stand-in condominium assumption agreement with Mars Homes Crystal Beach Incorporated and the Future Condominium Corporation for South Coast Townhome Standard Condominium. And further, Council authorizes staff to prepare the bylaw to execute the standard condominium assumption agreement and associated documents.
Questions or comments? Councillor Noyes.
Just want to make sure I'm on the right one. This one does have the stacked townhouses, right?
There's a reference to that, but these were called terraced townhouses when they were built, and I've had a conversation with Mr. Gabriel since.
Oh, okay. Hearing that doesn't change my question. Is that it's still, this report is still includes 12 stacked townhouses. I know we had mentioned our concern about that at the time.
These have already been built, so this isn't
Already been built.
Yeah, this is an assumption agreement, so this is, the new condominium corporation is going to be taking over the responsibility for the common areas from the builder.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed? That is carried. That takes us to CAO 18-2023, and Councillor McDermott, you have that resolution.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen. The council approves the request in the amount of $18,000 for modernization and upgrade to the Port Erie Group Family Practice to make this a clinical space that is favorable to physician recruitment, and further, the council amends the 2023 operating budget to provide grant funding to the Port Erie Group Family Practice in the amount of $18,000 with funding from the Community Health and Wellness Reserve.
Questions or comments? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to reluctantly support this, but I do have some concerns. I know it talks about modernization and upgrade to the Fort Erie Group Family Practice, and I think the family practice, we're very fortunate to have it. But to me, this isn't modernization and upgrade, it's replacement of furniture. And I was on the council when we first came up with the, helping the physicians as much as we could with different things. And when we were thinking about equipment, we weren't thinking about furniture. We were thinking about diagnostic equipment to address new service needs and things like that. So in this case, we're looking at furniture. And I do hope that we do look at that, like a criteria again, and change it so that it's very clear that we're not looking at replacing furniture or providing furniture, that we are looking at more diagnostic equipment, and that all this equipment that we are providing to the Fort Erie Group Practice does have Town of Fort Erie equipment on it, so it is ours. So it's not passed down the line someplace else, not that it would be. And I'm not sure how we pay for this. Like, we give them $18,000, or does the town get the invoice and then we pay the invoice and then we can get the HST? I'm not quite sure how this falls through.
Mr. McQueen, there are three things in there. You can start with how this transaction would take place, how it's paid for.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So the physician group would be required to purchase the equipment and submit final invoices to us for reimbursement, and we wouldn't reimburse any amount over and above what was on the invoice. So they'll have to make the purchase first, and then we would reimburse them with council's approval up to an upset limit of $18,000.
The second part of the question had to do with the use of the equipment, and I think the drift was that we're going to be undoubtedly building some type of facility for primary, urgent, secondary health care. What about this particular, these pieces of equipment, which we would be paying for?
So through you, so the initial request that we received did require request reimbursement for leasehold improvements, which we were not prepared to recommend, and so the physician group agreed that they would cover those costs. And to the point that the mayor's made, if there is some future bricks and mortar investment that the town may or may not be looking at to support changes that will happen after 2028, the opening of the new South Niagara Hospital, it doesn't really make sense that we're at a point of uncertainty in investing in leasehold improvements. So we had recommended that they withdraw that. So the remaining request was for the equipment, so it's exam tables, some of the diagnostics equipment for the physicians to use in the clinic room. So these are deemed eligible costs under our current physician recruitment policy. So we've recommended their approval. And to the question around portability, it's portable equipment that if there was a change in the future, we felt that there was enough portability to this type of equipment that it would follow whatever services or whatever was happening with the health services model. So there is some longevity to this type of equipment and portability for future plans if that should change.
So there doesn't appear to be anything in the report that would suggest that there'd be that obligation for this equipment to be made available for a new facility.
So through the mayor, no, that wasn't captured in the report, but I think if that's the wish of council, we could certainly ensure that that provision was included in the agreement with the physician group.
So, Councillor Noyes, that would require an amendment to the report that these items, if required in a new facility to be constructed by the town, would be transferred to that new facility. Was that what you're driving at?
That's part of it. But I'd also, again, we can start with that, but I also want to know who owns the equipment.
So I think on the basis of what Mr. McQueen has indicated, it would be owned by the group?
Through the mayor, yes. So the group would officially purchase the equipment, so they would have ownership of it. And I think we could look to a provision in that agreement to say, in the event that there is some change to the location of where those services are being provided by, a town-supported or some other health facility, that equipment, the commitment that equipment would move with the physician group to any new facility that might exist in the future.
Councillor Noyes?
That's fine, but I also want to somehow put in there too, because we're not giving this equipment to Dr. A or Dr. B or Dr. C. We're giving it to the family group practice. Then in the event that, they want to sell it, that the money has to come back to the town. Because I guess the physician before, the reason we're replacing this is because the physician before took the equipment and sold it. And it probably was his equipment. He was free to do that. But since we're paying for since the taxpayers are paying for the equipment, I think there has to be something in there that says, it belongs to the group practice, not a particular doctor, and they can't sell it.
Well, if there was a provision that said that this equipment would have to be portable to any new facility that we construct, we wouldn't be able to dispose of it, would they?
Well, technically, if it's theirs, they can have a garage sale in 3 weeks. I'm being facetious here, but that's
Well,
not
then
what
they
they're...
would be breaching the agreement.
But but if we're giving them the equipment, I'm not clear on what we're giving. If we're giving it, we're giving it to them. So once we've given it to them, it's theirs. And I understand about the new facility, if it has to be moved, it's portable. And I think the assumption is then these doctors would be moving to the new facility, be taking this equipment with them. I don't think we're thinking of taking the equipment away from the existing doctors if these doctors decide not to move and stay where they are, but yet this new facility happens there. We're going to take the equipment from existing facility and move it to another facility? I'm not clear on that.
Well, if there was a provision that says they have to make this portable to a new facility, it would move to a new facility.
Okay, making something portable and moving it there are two different things. I just don't want to get caught in this, that it's not clear that yes, it can be moved, but does it have to be moved? Are we saying that if this new facility is built, this equipment will move there?
So I think if you were to put an amendment on the floor, and if the amendment passes, there will have to be an agreement. The agreement isn't going to go out unless I've reviewed it with the CAO. I think I know what your intent is, and I certainly know what I'm thinking. So we have to start on that. You have to move an amendment to get us anywhere other than the recommendations on the floor.
Fair enough, and I'll move that recommendation that the equipment is portable, that it can be moved to the new facility. I think it should be moved to the new facility in the future, but anyway, yes, I'll move that amendment.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Okay. Okay, Councillor Flagg, you've seconded it. It's on the floor. Any questions or discussion about the amendment? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The third point had to do, Councillor Noyes, CAO, with the policy. And is there, my understanding is that the entire physician recruitment policy is under review. Is that correct?
Yeah, through you. There, we are looking to revise the physician recruitment policy based on a number of things. The industry has changed. There's been a number of different policy changes that have occurred with the ability for physicians to repatriate internationally trained doctors for smoother transition or streamlined transition back. That does provide some opportunity for us to revisit that program and look for ways to incent those physicians to come back, and those would look different from what traditionally we've been using for physician recruitment and attraction. And I think there's, in discussions with some of the physicians who are currently practicing, there are some barriers in terms of winding down practices for retired physicians to look at options to work part-time. So we'd be looking at program changes more broadly than just equipment, but eligibility for other successful incentives that may either retain or attract physicians just based on more current industry trends and incentives that are likely going to be more successful for us to attract physicians. So new opportunities and some new policy changes. So we'll look at making some of those changes and bring them back to council for some consideration and likely through our Health Services Committee for some input as well.
Councillor Noyes, you still have the floor.
Yes, I appreciate that explanation, and I do think we need to clarify or look at it and review it, and perhaps make some changes so that we're not looking at replacing basic furniture. But I do have one other question, is there any way that we know that this furniture that we're providing is actually, that the new doctor is actually going to be the recipient of this furniture? Of the scales and the stools and the tables?
Through you, so it's my understanding that Ms. Preston has visited the site where the leasehold improvements have taken place, and the office areas have been identified for the physician that's coming in there, and so the upfitting is happening in the clinic rooms that are going to be used by the new physician.
Councillor Noyes?
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Flagg?
Thank you, through your worship. Do we have an idea of how much money the Fort Erie Group Family Practice has put into these current renovations or updates?
GAO?
Through you to Councillor Flagg. I believe the initial request for the leasehold improvements was somewhere in the order of about $40,000 over and above the equipment cost of $18,000. So their initial request was closer to $68,000 or $70,000, if I recall correctly.
Councillor Flagg?
And I believe that was requested before I came on council. So does that mean that we were that we advanced that money as well?
Through you to Councillor Flagg, just to clarify, the request that we got currently for the equipment also was married to a request for about $40,000 for leasehold improvements related to the rooms associated with this. So our original request from this family physician group was closer to $70,000. We advised them that we would not be recommending the leasehold improvement portion of their request, and so we downsized, right-sized their request solely to the $18,000 for equipment. So we did not bring a request here for the leasehold improvements. They've incurred that cost.
Thank you for that clarity.
Anyone else, Councillor? Before I go back to Councillor Noyes, anyone else? Councillor McDermott.
So, okay. The equipment that they're asking for is not what you would call furniture. It is everything that you see when you go in to a doctor's office, when you go into that treatment. So, yeah, I've always got a couple ahead of you, and there's a room there. It's got a table that you can lay down on. It's got the machine on there that you can look down your throat, look in your ears, and it's got the stools. This is the type of equipment that you're using in a doctor's office. It's not furniture. So the amount of the cost, I mean, there's 3 rooms there. So even if another doctor comes in to that practice, and I assume there'll be 1 or 2 more, those areas will be complete, and that won't be another ask on that equipment. So I'm not getting a big dilemma here. When you look at some of the other municipalities, they're up in their game. They're stepping up their game to recruit. Some of these places actually have hospitals where we don't. Everything we have right now is a blank slate with the NHS, the way they're treating us. So I think we've got to be very careful about what we say and what we do with regards to doctors. We're going to need them here if we don't have the facilities of getting an urgent care center. So, to me, this is peanuts compared to its importance. And so I support this motion wholeheartedly. And I think we all should, because, I trust in the doctors of this community, and if we don't, we're in big trouble. We need them on board with us. And we have to do what we can to assist them in taking on new patients and then delivering the services that we need medically in our community. That's the end of it. Like, I don't understand why we're talking this little amount of money for the amount of work that will be done in those 3 offices. Really, really don't. Just my comments.
Anyone else? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you. And I do appreciate the doctors. I do appreciate Councillor McDermott's comments. I did talk to Mrs. Preston today, and the renovations that they were talking about, it was paint and flooring. So we weren't looking, when I was discussing exactly what they were going to be doing, I think she mentioned painting the walls and new flooring in the 3 suites. And it's not going to be these 3 offices are for 1 doctor who has 3 examining rooms. Okay, so it's like 3 examining rooms for each doctor, because you know how when you go to the doctor, there's 2 or 3 rooms. You're escorted to room 1, room 2, room 3, whatever. So it's not going to be like if a new doctor comes, they're going to need another 3 examining rooms or whatever, and more. You want to call it, I'll call it furniture, you call it equipment. I don't think it's much difference to me. A stool's a stool and a table's a table. Granted, they're special, but anyway. But and I do think, and I could be wrong on this, that we likely did the major renovations many years ago to create this group practice in the first place. I think we spent a considerable amount of money renovating and creating the existing suites. And I think the 3 suites that we're now furnishing, or whatever you want to call it, are the suites that we actually created many years ago. So I just think sometimes I just think you have to think, okay, there's basic equipment that any provider of service should provide. And I think this falls in, but I am going to support this because it does fall within our mandate. But I do think that we do need to look at what we would consider a reasonable request and not.
I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? None opposed, that's carried. Councillor Flagg, you have the next resolution. We're into new business now.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott. Council appoints Sandra Flake and Diane LePage to the Property Standards Committee for the term ending November 14th, 2026, or until their successors are appointed.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that's carried. Councillor McDermott, you have the next resolution regarding the library. The Community Gaming Development Corp.
Community gaming?
Yep.
Okay. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen, the council accepts the resignation of Craig Schufeld from the Community Gaming Development Corporation, and further, that council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancy in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, Your Worship, just a quick comment. I want to thank Craig for his time on the gaming board, as well as everything else he's done here in Fort Erie. for those who don't know, Craig is actually going to be moving this week. He's heading down to Cincinnati with some family down there, and I'm going to miss him very much. Just with everything he's done and all of his work in the community. But as I said to him, it's I don't look for an excuse to visit Ohio too much. It's a nice state, you know, friendly people, and this just gives me another excuse to head down that way and have a reason to visit. So thank you very much, Craig, for everything you've done. The town is going to miss you, but I hope you aren't scarce, and I hope you come see us whenever you have a chance. So thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All those in favor? That is carried. Councillor Dubanow, you have the next just hold on a second. Yeah, I'm thumbing through my pages here. Councillor Christensen, you have the next resolution.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that Council accepts the resignation of Wayne Ostermeyer from the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, and further that Council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancy in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. And now to you, Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Noyes that Council receives memorandum fee waiver Lyons Douglas Heights 255 High Street for information purposes.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. And Councillor, okay, are there any other inquiries or items of new business before we go to closed session? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll be brief. I know the issue that consumed a large portion of the agenda this evening was regarding rats and some of the problems associated with those types of animals. I'm wondering if we would be able to get in the next few weeks maybe a memo from staff with some recommendations on ways in which we may be able to deal with this, because I know it's not an issue that's only being dealt with in certain parts of my ward, but Councillor Christensen and I think Councillor McDermott also share a few unwelcome rodents in their neck of the woods as well. But I am aware that some municipalities offer a rebate program, and then there are some other measures of baiting and trapping. So I'm wondering if it would be possible to get some information for council on options, and as we go into the 2024 budget, that'll probably be most helpful if it is something that's going to have a budget impact.
Mr. McQueen, can I ask you to weigh in on that?
Yes, I was just getting a nod from my colleague, Ms. Deloria, that we could take a look at that and get a memo back, so thank you.
The rat report. Perfect.
Okay. Any other inquiries or new business? If not, then Councillor Noyes, you have the resolution for us to go into closed session.
Yes, moved by myself, and I do need a seconder.
Councillor Dubanow.
Councillor Dubanow, that council now goes into closed session at 9:32 p.m. to consider the item 14.1, 4152 Erie Road, and 14.2 outstanding legal matters.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? All those in favor? Okay, all together. Okay, so we're going to go into closed session. Chamber and Councillor Lewis, you have the resolution for us to rise and reconvene from closed session.
Yes, Your Worship, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott. The council rises and reconvenes from closed session at 9:53 p.m. without report.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. That takes us then to motions of which there are none. But Councillor Dubanow, then under notice of motion, you have a motion that you'd like to bring so that you can bring in another motion.
Yes, Your Worship. So the first one is regarding the rules of procedure, and moved by myself, and my apologies, I'm looking for...
Resolution 17.1.
Yeah, I'm just, there we go. The order of my paperwork was in the wrong order. I apologize, Your Worship. So it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that Council suspends Section 14.1A of the Council Rules of Procedure bylaw regarding notice of motion to allow Council to consider a motion without proper notice.
I don't think that's debatable, is it? No. So I'm going to call that question. So it's not debatable. All those in favor? Well, okay, so there's no need for debate. That was unanimous. Okay, so that's carried. So now you may proceed with your motion relative to Douglas Heights.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that Council authorizes staff to provide a grant to Lions Douglas Heights to provide relief for the preparation and registration of a reference plan and functional servicing report peer review analysis fee as part of their affordable seniors housing project on High Street in the town of Fort Erie, and further that Council provides funding for this grant estimated to be $5,075 from the 2023 Community Grants budget. And if I may briefly speak to this, Your Worship.
May Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, so you'll note that there is a memorandum 13.4 on our agenda this evening, and I want to thank Mr. Hurlovich for providing that information. Council has provided the Lions with relief for a number of planning fees that have gone through over the years as part of this project moving forward. They recently had some recent things. I believe there was another pre-consultation and the reference plan and a peer review. As I mentioned during our last meeting, it's about $5,000 for the town. It's something that can come out of our community grants budget, out of operating. It doesn't even require a budget amendment. But for the challenges that service clubs are facing right now, with increasing costs, the increasing labor costs for preparing these reports and doing the work, and it's also more difficult, especially post-COVID, for service clubs to fundraise. Inflation is making it difficult. There's not a lot of extra money in people's pockets to donate. So with this being such an important project, seniors affordable housing in our community, I think it goes without saying, and I hope Council will agree that providing this grant for the very small amount of these fees, not a big deal for us, but it means the world to them, and it allows this project to move forward. So I hope Council will agree. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. McQueen.
Through you, was wondering if it would be okay to suggest maybe an amendment to the resolution that was put forward, just to put a more general statement that the funding be provided out of the 2023 approved budget from a funding source that would be amenable to the Director of Corporate Services. And I say that simply because the community grant program has not officially been put into a policy, and so the community funding grant officially doesn't yet exist, and we're certainly supportive to find the funding for it through budget amendment, but just to disentangle it from the community fund until we've got some eligibility requirements and some parameters around that. So we would be funding it as a goodwill to the Lions Club for a great project, and move it forward with that respect.
That the end of the second paragraph would be from the 2023 budget. What did you
From a funding source that identified by the Director of Corporate Services.
I think that would work as a friendly amendment to your worship because Councillor McDermott's nodding.
Okay, so that second paragraph then would read that council provides funding for this grant estimated to be $5,075 from the 2023 budget, from a 2023 budget funding source identified by the Director of Corporate Services. Is that what you said, McQueen?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Got that? Everybody have that? Any further? All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Dubanow. Are there any other notices of motion? Then that's going to take us to bylaws, and 127 and 130 have to come out of the package to be dealt with separately. Sorry, I don't have 130 in my yeah, but I don't have 130 on the actual resolution. Councillor Noyes, do you have 130 in your resolution?
No, I don't. I think I mentioned that to Ms. Carter, and it was done deliberately.
Okay, so that means we would have okay, so we're gonna Councillor Noyes, if you would proceed with first and second reading of the bylaw package as amended, so just take out 127. Are there any other bylaws that anyone would like to have removed from the package? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lewis that the bylaw package containing 125-2023 to appoint Peter Todd, Town Clerk for the Corporation of the Town of Fort Erie. Bylaw number 126-2023 to amend zoning bylaw number 129-90 as amended, removal of holding provision 315 and 0-350 Garrison Road 2717041 Ontario Incorporated via Kumar Patel, owner. Bylaw number 128-2023 to assume primary services in the Peace Bridge Village subdivision, Phase 1, in brackets 59M-430, Ashton Homes Western Limited, Aldo Versello. Bylaw number 129-2023 to amend the terms of reference for the Property Standards Committee and repeal bylaw 71-2023. Bylaw 131-2023 to establish community benefits charges for the town of Fort Erie. Bylaw 132-2023 to authorize the entering into a grant funding agreement for position recruitments with Dr. Manpreet Singh is given first and second reading.
Are there any questions or comments with respect to the items in the bylaw package as amended? All those in favor? That is carried. So, Councillor Lewis, you have third and final reading.
And we're just removing 127?
Just 127, because as I look through the digital agenda, I see that we've already got 127 and 130 assigned to others.
Okay. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg that bylaws 125-2023, 126-2023, 128-2023, 129-2023, 131-2023, and 132-2023 are given third and final reading, be signed by the mayor and the clerk and the corporate seal.
Are there any questions or comments? Ms. Dilwaria, with respect to bylaw 131-2023, which is to establish community benefits charges, I'd ask you about the wording of paragraph 4.1 and also paragraph 8.4. And they've indicated to me that those are somewhat standard provisions, but somewhat defied immediate interpretation.
So, Your Worship, those wordings have been taken from the Planning Act directly, and it's quoted that way in the Planning Act, so there is no miscommunication or anything that has been included. So at this point of time, I'm not really sure that I can explain that clearly to council, but it's the wording are there in the Planning Act and we have just translated, we have just copied that in our bylaw. It's a standard wording in all the CBC bylaws for all the municipalities.
So if this passes, which I presume it will, would you be able to circulate to members of council what the meaning of those two provisions is?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because it's a little frightening if the legislation can't be interpreted. How do we impose a community benefit on someone if we don't understand what the wording is and the legislation isn't clear?
So 4.1 talks about the development. If there is an existing development and we are trying to calculate the community benefit, we would have to take a ratio of the new development to the existing building on all the existing building on that site. So that's very simplistic way to explain that ratio. That's about 4.1. And the 8.4 is about if there is any discrepancy or somebody is challenging the community benefit that the town is asking them to provide, then the town would have to undertake an appraisal, and that appraisal would have to be done a day before the building permit would be issued. So that's my understanding, but I just wanted to get a confirmation on that, and I can provide that information in a memo.
Yeah, because I tried to do that calculation of 4.1 and felt that there was something missing. And then for 8.4, there's no conclusion. Yes, we have to get we do an appraisal, they get an appraisal, then what? Doesn't provide.
Mm-hmm.
So that it's a little deficient, I think, and that's going to leave some problems. But if we could get some clarification on that, I'd appreciate it. Okay, any other questions or comments? All those in favor of the amended bylaw package? That is carried. Councillor Christensen, you apparently have a resolution regarding bylaws 127 and 130. Okay, then, okay, so this agenda has been magically updated by the deputy clerk, but if you would look at your agenda under consideration of bylaws, you will see the original package on your computer. So, and then it's all right there. And Councillor McDermott, same for you. If you just punch in consideration of bylaws, and keep scrolling down till you get to Councillor Christensen's name and your name. I'd like to go all the way.
Should I move a motion to extend beyond 10?
That'd be a good idea.
So I'll put a motion on the floor to extend.
Seconder?
beyond.
Councillor Flagg, all those in favor? That is carried. Okay. Let's continue on past 10
I can
o'clock.
now-
Councillor Christensen.
Yes. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that bylaw 127-2023 to assume secondary services in the South Coast Village, Phase 2 subdivision, Plan 59M-430, Mars Homes, Crystal Beach, Inc., Dan Gabriel, and bylaw 130-2023 to authorize the execution of an assumption agreement for South Coast Village Phase 2, Block 2, with Mars Homes, Crystal Beach, Inc., Dan Gabriel, are given first and second reading.
All those in favor? That is carried. That bylaw, those two bylaws are on the floor for any questions or comments. There are none. Councillor McDermott, would you please provide third and final reading?
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen, that bylaws 127-2023 and 130-2023 are given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Dubanow, you have first and second reading for the confirmatory bylaw.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg that bylaw number 133, 2023, to confirm the actions of council at its council and committee meeting held on August 14th, 2023, and its regular council meeting held on August 28th, 2023, is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Noyes, third and final reading.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lewis that bylaw number 133, 2023 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. So, scheduling of meetings. Any meetings anyone wishes to alert us to? Councillor McDermott.
Tomorrow evening, we have a BIA meeting at the Runaround at 6.
The runaround? At 6. Any other? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, Your Worship, we have a Planning and Development Services Business Subcommittee meeting on Tuesday, September 5th at 3:15 p.m. in Conference Room 1 here at Town Hall.
3:15.
3:15, yes.
You? Any other meetings? Councillor Christensen.
We have a Seniors Advisory Committee on September 6th at 10 a.m. at Douglas Heights Seniors Active Living Center, and the Ridgeway BIA meeting at 5:30 at the Crystal Ridge Library on the same day, September 6th.
I'm sorry, the time?
5:30.
You? Any others? If not, then the happiest part of the meeting for some is Councillor Dubanow's.
Yeah, definitely the happiest part for this councillor right here, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg that council adjourns at 10:10 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on September 18th, 2023.
All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you, folks.